Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
At specialized and analytical content.
Provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good morning and welcome to the news on the hour at 8. I'm Hayomi Konle Eke, and now let's start the news. The National Bureau of Statistics reported yesterday the Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. The tiny drop of 0.02% from the 15.93% recorded in May marks the first inflation decline after 3 consecutive months of increases. Despite this minor relief, the consumer price index actually rose to 143.0 from May 140.7. This annual decline did not stop staple foods from becoming more expensive for the average consumer. According to the Bureau, month-on-month food prices accelerated due to rising costs of fresh pepper, tomatoes, crayfish, beef, garri, and yam. On a month-on-month basis, general headline inflation slowed to 1.66% in June compared to the 1.75% growth rate recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics stated that the average price level in June 2026 grew at a slower pace than it did in the preceding month. The current numbers also represent a sharp drop from the 25.29% inflation rate recorded in June 2025. And now analysts remain watchful to see if the downward trend will persist amidst continuous pressure on essential food items. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared the Nigerian economy is making serious foundational progress despite the challenges of his administration reforms. The presidential made those assertions during the high-level meeting at the State House in Abuja with a visiting delegation from the Deloitte Africa. During the visit, the leadership of Deloitte Africa commended the Nigerian government for its bold financial and fiscal policies over the last 3 years. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, released a statement on Wednesday detailing the deliberations. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu defended the direction of his policies, comparing the difficult reforms to a bitter but working medicine rather than a quick customer relationship. The president stated that the ongoing revenue reforms would continue to stimulate economic growth, strengthen the local financial institutions, and make Nigeria more globally competitive. The meeting was also attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Yedele, and the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji. Reflecting on his career, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu noted his personal history with Deloitte, recalling how he caught his childhood accountanted with the firm in Chicago. The Chief Executive Officer of the Deloitte Africa, Roweda Redfern, led the delegation and praised the administration's long-term fiscal commitment. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced a complete ban on the exportation of raw cocoa beans from Nigeria in the bid to promote local processing and industrialization. Speaking at the Cocoa Value Addition Summit 2026 in Abuja, the president stated that Nigeria must stop exporting raw commodities only to import finished chocolate. The new policy directive aim is to capture the full economic value of cocoa, create local jobs, and attract foreign investment. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, represented the president at the summit themed From Bean to Brand. The president lamented that while Africa produces 70% of global cocoa, it receives only a small fraction of the $130 billion global chocolate market. To prove the government's commitment, he highlighted a new 70,000-ton processing facility being built by local investors in Shagamu. Nigeria's national cocoa grinding capacity has recently crossed 120,000 tons per year, and over 300,000 farming families cultivate cocoa across 1.4 million acres, representing up to 7% of global output. The Bank of Industry has pledged to support this industrial shift by deploying ready capital to fund bankable processing projects across the country. Now, the federal government has renewed its commitment to transforming the aviation sector through safety improvement, infrastructural upgrades, and enhanced passenger experiences. The resolution was announced during the hybrid stakeholders and citizen engagement session held in Abuja. The forum took place at the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority conference room to review progress and prioritize ministerial deliverables. The permanent secretary to the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mahmoudou Kamberi, spoke on behalf of the Minister Festus Keyamo. He stated that the quarterly engagement demonstrates transparency and accountability in implementing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. He explained that the session serves as a collaborative platform where operators and citizens actively shape the future of the local aerospace industry. The ministry reported the significant progress in modernizing local airport, improving air navigation system, and promoting local content. Officials emphasized that aviation remains a critical driver of economic development by facilitating international trade, investment, and tourism. The government thereby hedged the continued collaborative partnership between the private operators and public regulators to sustain the highly competitive aviation industry. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared 2.55 trillion naira among the three tiers of government from June 2026 revenue. The current distribution represents a substantial increase of 250 billion naira from the 2.3 trillion naira shared in May. The allocation highlighted 10.9% month-on-month rise, continuing a steady climb in Federation revenues this year. Director of Press and Public Relations at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Mokwa, confirmed the figures in a statement he made. The shared sum comprised 1.81 trillion naira in statutory revenue and 740.72 billion naira in value-added tax. The gross revenue available for June stood at 4.5 trillion naira before statutory deductions and refunds. The statutory revenue grew significantly during the month, jumping by 1.05 trillion naira from the previous month. And out of the gross revenue, the committee deducted 160.74 billion naira as the cost of collection. The steady rise in monthly distributions since February reflects the growing efficiency of national revenue collection channels. The Central Bank of Nigeria is likely to raise its benchmark monetary policy rate during the second half of 2026. The capital market economics professor Ruche Uwaleke issued this warning during a macroeconomic review webinar, where he explained that the pre-election spending ahead of the 2027 general elections will increase money supply and trigger liquidity pressures. Professor Walike noted that historical data shows that inflation is always higher in the year preceding a major national election. He warned that a further interest rate hike by the central bank would negatively impact the equity market. Higher interest rate historically redirects capital flows away from stocks into the higher yielding fixed income market. And now the economics pointed out that the decision of the central bank will ultimately depend on the fiscal discipline of the political class. And if money supply remains unchecked, the regulator will have no choice but to tighten the monetary policy. And as it stands, investors are advised to balance their portfolios in anticipation of potential policy shifts in the financial market. Improved pipeline surveillance has transformed Nigeria's oil sector by boosting crude production, curbing theft, and strengthening national revenue. The joint security operations at the Niger Delta have successfully reduced pipeline disruptions and secured critical infrastructure. The federal government reliance on a structured surveillance contract has received commendations from several industry stakeholders. A key player in the success is Tantina Security Services Nigeria Limited, which has deployed high-tech surveillance systems to guard oil assets. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed a security firm led by our chief government, Ekwemunkpolo, popularly known as Tonkpolo, to protect pipelines. The firm works in collaboration with government security agencies to maintain stability in the oil-producing communities. Supporters of the surveillance model argue that conventional security measures are no longer sufficient to protect critical assets. Entrusting these duties to organizations with local capacities allowed Nigeria to derive maximum value from its petroleum resources, and industry observers are now calling for the continuity of the current surveillance framework to sustain the national economic growth. A former president of the African Ship Owners Association, Captain Ladi Olubowale, has revealed that foreign fleets still dominate Nigeria's maritime support industry. Ladi Olubowale lamented that despite Nigeria's being Africa's largest oil producer, foreign vessels handle the bulk of essential shipping services. This imbalance means a huge share of maritime logistics and charter revenue leaves the local economy. Olubowale, who is also the managing director of Sea-Mate Maritime Integrated Services, explained that the offshore energy projects rely entirely on support ships. He stated that exporting raw commodities while importing foreign shipping capabilities is an unsustainable economic model. He urged the government to reverse the trend to protect local shipping businesses. The maritime expert pointed out that the ongoing UTM floating liquefied natural gas project should serve as a catalyst for change, as he advised that the gas project be used as an anchor to drive Nigeria's maritime industrialization transformation. Ladi Olubowale stressed that building domestic shipping capacity is the only way to retain offshore logistic revenue locally. Away from that now, the International Chamber of Commerce Nigeria's calls for stronger public-private partnerships to unlock trade financing and policy development. The chairman of the chamber, Raymond EMB made the call during the organization's 27th annual general meeting. Mr. Raymond explained that stronger collaboration is essential to building economic bridges that will help local businesses thrive globally. The chairman stated that the chamber remains committed to robust policy advocacy that advances the interests of Nigerian professionals and corporate organizations. He added that the chamber will continue to create platforms for dialogue to shape the future of commerce. The meeting brought together several corporate leaders, trade financials, and the key industry regulators. The event also featured a guest presentation by the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Pius Ukiyima Akuta. Dr. Akuta spoke on the theme of shipping and the maritime trade as the backbone of international commerce. The session highlighted how efficient port system and trade facilitation directly influence the economic growth of developing nations. And before we end the news, Wema Bank PLC has reinforced its position in Nigeria's financial technology sector by hosting a strategic engagement for its fintech partners. The event brought together fintech founders, payment providers, and technology developers to deepen collaboration. The bank aimed to appreciate the trust of its partners and strengthen the infrastructure of digital banking. Speaking at the forum, Wema's Bank Deputy Managing Director Oluwole Ajimisimi described their fintech partners as active collaborators in financial services. Ajimisimi promised that the bank would continue to provide the reliable infrastructure and innovation needed for fintech to scale. The roundtable will allow partners to share feedback and evaluate new digital finance solutions. An attended fintech partner commended Wema Bank for creating a collaborative platform to address emerging industry challenges. And the bank stated that engagement helped align its product roadmap with the evolving needs of the fintech ecosystem. However, Wema Bank remains committed to building scalable financial infrastructure to improve digital service delivery nationwide. Thank you for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV News at 8 this morning. I'm Ire Ayomi Konle Eke.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHallaTV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHallaTV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHallaTV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHallaTV. Now, ConsumerHallaTV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer-related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free, ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello consumers, welcome to another episode of Market Today on ConsumerHalla TV. Today we are back at another bustling market in the heart of Lagos, and it is the Egbeda Night Market. As we all know, Market Today is a program where we ask about the current prices of food items and every other commodity that constitutes the consumer's daily buy. And today we are at Egbeda Night Market. This is a market that serves the people of Egbeda, and it runs from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Now in this market, what we are looking at today is food items and meat and soup ingredients. That is what we'll be checking out today. My name is Woke Peace, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHalla TV. Come with me, let's go explore, guys. Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you today?
Fine.
Okay, so can you tell me your name, please?
Rashid.
Okay, Mr. Rashid, what do you sell in Egbeda Market?
Meat.
Okay, you're a butcher.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Rashid, can you tell me how you sell the meat that you have available for now? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ta àwọn ẹran tẹ́ ní báyìí?
Ọlọ́run ló ń bá wa tà, ní ìsìn yẹn wọ́n ti wọ́n gan. Ó ti wọ́n gan. Ọlọ́run nìkan ló ń bá wa tà. Wọ́n ti wọ́n gan báyìí.
Okay, so if someone wants to buy from you, tí yàn bá fẹ́ rà lọ́wọ́ yín báyìí, báwo ni ẹ ṣe tà fẹ́ nìyẹn? Ṣé ó ní oye tó jẹ́ ni àbó oye tẹ́nìyẹn bá sọ pé òun fẹ́ rà lẹ máa ta?
Ó ti ní iye tó jẹ́.
Ó ní iye tó jẹ́. So walk me through how much you sell. Báwo lẹ ṣe ń ta? Èwo ni?
Bí irú ilé báyìí nìsín.
Yes.
Ilé nìsín. A lè ta 10,000.
Ilé báyìí 10,000 naira.
Yes.
Wow.
Ilé 5,000.
Wow. But if we look at it very well, ilé kan fi style gunjo ilé.
Ilé half ilé nílé tí n bá pín sí méjì half ilé.
Half ni.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the most affordable price of meat tí yàn lè rà ń bí báyìí that we can get here? Èwo ló cheap jù? Oye wo ló cheap jù tí yàn lè rà lọ́wọ́ yín bí báyìí?
Too cheap jù.
Yes.
A lè gbé 2,000 fún.
2,000 naira.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Rashid, how long have you been selling meat in Egbeda Market?
It will be 25 years.
25 years. So where do you buy from? How do you buy? Bulletin ra ṣe máa ń gbé ẹran olódìdí ní abẹ́kọ̀lọ́ máa rà ní ibi tí wọ́n ti ń gé ta.
A máa lọ ra mi tán ti ń ta.
So if you want to buy, like how much do you buy?
I buy like 250, 300.
250,000.
One leg.
One leg.
Yes.
That's 250. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you said you've been here for like 25 years. So if we look back, based on when you started, comparing it to now, ìgbà tẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí báyìí, would you say that there's a difference in prices? There's a difference in how you sell and how you buy? Ṣé yàtọ̀ wà ní? Ṣé ó ga sókè àbí ó wà normal?
Ṣé bóyá yẹn price?
Yes.
Ìgbà yẹn ó lẹ̀sìn nísìnyí ó ti lọ sókè gan. Gan ó ti wọ́n gan lọ́wọ́ ìkan.
So how is it different?
Iṣẹ́ táwa kọ́ ni, ṣé o ti màálù yàtọ̀ sí màálù? Iṣẹ́ tá a kọ́ ni, ẹlòmíà fẹ́ ṣe ìnáwó, á lóun ra màálù 500, òun ra màálù 700, òun ra màálù 80, kò ń ṣerú màálù táwa ń tà. Tẹ́ bá wojú ẹran ní ìta ló máa kọjá nígbà tó máa ní ẹran òníwọ̀n oúnjẹ. Ó wá kéré jù àrírú èrè màálù táwa ń pa, ó kéré jù wípé àfẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ à ń pa màálù 1.5 ẹyọ kan. Ṣé o ti pé a fẹ́ ra màálù kékeré nìyẹn 1.5 falápàtà, but nípa fẹ́ ra màálù ńlá pé màálù yẹn tún yọrí dé àárọ̀ ní 2.3 point bóyá lọ sókè yẹn apá ẹran kan lásán tá a fẹ́ rà àárọ̀ ní 600 apá kan tẹ́lómi máa ń rò wá pé òun ra odidi màálù 600 500 700 apá kan àárọ̀ ní 600 àárọ̀ ní 700 tó bá dàbí rọ kọ́ wá sí àbátọ́ Àgègè kọ́ wá wádìí kọ́ wá béèrè kọ́ wá nà.
Àgègè abattoir Àgègè lẹ́tí.
So ọwọ́ kan ọ̀rẹ́ ẹran ọmọ àrò wá pé àwọn adájẹ́ kí ẹran wọn oníṣẹ́ àwa àtọ̀hún lẹ́rán ti wọ́n nígbà tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àti nígbà tí màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ní 1991 92 èlò lára apá ẹran tó bá lọ ra apá ẹran 40,000 wà ń gbà yẹn àjẹkó yẹ pé wọn ló máa ta ó ti gbórí jù a lè tà bọ́ ní ìsìn àti ìràpẹ́ ẹran 500,000 àpẹ́ ẹran kan ṣo tẹ́ pé à ń rà nísìn níbo là ń bá a lọ kí lábẹ́ jẹ àbọ̀ àádọ́gbọ̀n mánéjà ara wa nìbò yóò gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ wà ní òkè nísìn ẹnì kan ṣo ló tajà láàrin ọjà nísìn ẹ wo ọbẹ̀ ẹran tó ta ṣé kò yẹ kó ti tà tọ́ra ti látàárọ̀ ẹ wo káńtà bó ṣe lọ kò sí ẹni tí kò sọ́jà gbogbo ẹ̀pọ̀ ti ẹ̀wọ̀n ní àti ẹ̀wọ̀n tá à ń lọ kọ́lọ́ ń ṣàánú wa.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Bello Suraj.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bello. All right. Okay, so one last question for you. Would you say, what season will you specifically say that you make more sales? Irú time wo lẹ máa ń rò pé ẹ máa ń tajà jù bí a ṣe Christmas, ṣe Easter, ṣe Ramadan àbí ṣó ní time kan? Is there a specific season that you make sales?
Ìgbà kan nìyẹn kò sí ọjà bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ nísìnyí. Ìyá àgbẹ́kẹ̀lé kò sí ọjà mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ rárá. Kò sọ́jà ọdún lọ́wọ́ ìmọ̀ lọ́kì là ń jẹ. Ìjọ tí yóò expect gan ọjà níyà. Kò sọ́jà ọdún lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ rárá.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ẹ káàárọ̀ o gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, ma. Oh, how are you today?
I'm okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right, ma. So, can you tell me your name?
My name is Ìyáàfin Sherifat Ajiteru Tayo.
Okay. Ìyáàfin Sherifat, what do you sell in Egbeda Market?
I sell catfish. Lábẹ́ aláṣẹ Tawakalitu Animal Sound. Mama gbogbo wa wà nílé epo lórí gbogbo ẹlẹ́ja worldwide.
All right, ma. So how do you sell the catfish?
The catfish, if I buy it by kilo, I'm going and selling it here by one by one.
Okay.
If you need 2, I will sell 2. If you need 3, I will sell 3.
Okay.
I calculate the one where I buy, so I will divide it. I know how to sell it to steal my gain and to return the money.
Yes. Okay. So I get. So if I wanted to buy one now, how much will you sell it for me?
Starting from 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, and so on.
2,500, 3,000.
5,000 a day.
5,000 a day.
Yeah.
So it depends on the one.
Yeah. Depends
budget,
as big.
yes.
As big.
As big as it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yes. Okay. So how long have you been in this business?
In the past 30 years.
Wow. And how has it been for you? Would you say that when you started, the prices compared to now?
No.
Do you think it is stable now?
Can't. As I start, there is no agree that time. We are going to Ifon, but agree. Go buy market that time. But now, you are buying it any compound. All the boys that get work can do fish. Say, mommy, we are going to the compound. Go buy by kilo now.
So how many is in a kilo?
Kilo is now 2008, 2007.
2007.
By kilo.
But by kilo.
Yeah.
So on a
one can be 1 kilo. One can pass 1 kilo. 2 can be 1 kilo.
So on a typical day, how many kilo do you buy?
I can buy 45 kg in a day. I can sell it finish. If you not finish, I will join another like 20 kg tomorrow.
So ma, during the festive period, during Christmas, and now that the Ramadan season has also started, then when the Muslims break their fast, Odumawa. So yes, during that period, would you say you make more sales? Will you say that the prices will change by that time?
We can buy more because and no money for town. People no buy markets. Before, if you do prayer for Asam finish, you can sell before. But now, if you sit down, anything after 8, no market again. Not like before again.
Yeah. Oh, okay, ma. So will you say that you have customers, returning customers? I want to every time.
I have customers like pepper soup, barbecue. I have customers like that.
If you want to sell to them too, if you want to sell for them, do you also sell it at the same rate?
No. If I want 3.5 here, I can give them 3.20, 3.30. For them to see some change.
Okay. All right, ma. So aside the the farmers that you buy from, is there any markets that you also buy from in the this Lagos? The major market. You only buy from the farmers, right?
I'm buy from pharmacy.
Okay.
I'm not buy for supplier. I'm going farmer, buy my own income.
And you come back. And that's been sustainable for you. So what do you think your customers are saying right now about the prices of catfish?
For my side?
Yes. Do you think they are okay with the price?
They are okay.
They are okay
Because
with
it is about our non.
All right, pa. Thank you so much for your time.
You are welcome.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you today?
I did.
Okay. So, sir, what is your name?
Cousin.
Okay.
Cousin.
Okay, Mr. Cousin, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market? Kí lẹ ń tà ní Egbeda Night Market?
Pomo.
Pomo lẹ ń tà.
Yes.
But this pomo different from the normal pomo tamo.
This one's the white one.
This is the white pomo.
Yes.
Okay. So, how do you sell the white pomo? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà?
Nísìnyí ó ti wọ́n sìn kó wọ́n báyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ó ti wọ́n sìn. Ó ti wọ́n láti 1,000 naira ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ sókè. Lọ sókè.
So where do you get this pomo from? Bọ́lẹ̀ tí máa ń rà.
Abattoir bí báyìí. Ayége abattoir.
Okay. So ẹ lọ bẹ̀ ṣé ẹ máa ń gbé ní báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń rà tẹ́ bá débẹ̀? How do you buy when you get to?
A máa ń rà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó bá ti pa màálù a máa rà lọ́dọ̀ wọn. A máa ń rà ó máa ń pọ̀.
Bí eléèlò lẹ máa ń rà ìnídé?
Tẹ́lẹ̀ kò wọ́n ọbẹ̀ ní ìṣó tí wọ́n gan. Tí wọ́n gan sa máa ń gbà míì. Ọjà tá a máa rà ó máa ń lé 1 million sí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ bóyá tá a bá ní bí 150, 200,000 a máa rà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ìsìn ló ti wọ́n.
So ìgbà tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ now, because you are referring to the past that it wasn't that expensive in the past. Yes. So tá a bá ń sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn ti bá bí ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn là ń sọ àbí oṣù mélòó?
Ìgbà tí Jonathan wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn kò ṣíìpù dáadáa. Kò ṣíìpù dáadáa. Ìgbà tí nígbà yẹn méjì náà bá ní 200,000 máa rajà tó pọ̀. Máa rajà tó pọ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé fúẹ́ òun gbà yẹn. Ìgbà tí fúẹ́ wọn náà ní gbogbo nǹkan wọn. Irú àwọn màálù yìí ń sìn tó ń tà ní 2 million 1 million plus ń sìn tẹ́lẹ̀. Àwọn màálù nígbà tí mi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí o wọ́n máa ra màálù 20,000 15,000 30,000 lóòdò 50,000 màálù ńlá tèmi kọ́kọ́ débi iṣẹ́ ni mo mí o ẹ̀sẹ̀ bá tó ya nísìn millions ní màálù millions.
So let me ask you, when did you start this business? Ìgbà wo lẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́?
Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ more than 30 years now.
Wow.
More than 30 years.
Òun dẹ̀ lẹ ti ń ṣe iṣẹ́ iná lẹ̀dẹ̀ tí ń ṣe láti gbà yìí. Okay. So these ones that you have here, ṣé ẹ gé sílẹ̀ fún yàn ní àbí ẹ gé kẹta?
Àwọn olóúnjẹ ló ní ilé yà ń pè fáwọn olóúnjẹ tó máa fi ta oúnjẹ.
Okay, so báwo lẹ ṣe ta?
Irú àwọn olóúnjẹ 200 naira jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ kan báyìí. 200 naira jù báyìí. A máa wá kà fún wọn, àwọn náà máa gé ní tí wọ́n bẹ̀.
So what is the cheapest price of pomo that somebody can get from you?
Start to 1,000 naira.
1,000 naira.
Ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Just up. Irú àwọn cow leg nísìn, cow leg ńlá 10,000, 12,000 naira.
All right, so Mr. Kazeem, what do you...
Wọ́n kọ́kọ́ yọ subsidy yẹn. Àwọn olóúnjẹ náà ń complain, ó ṣàjèjì lára àwọn ènìyàn wọn ìwọ̀n ń pariwo. Díẹ̀ díẹ̀ ń sìn ó ti mọ́ wọn lára. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ náà before 50 naira 100 naira la máa ń gé pọ̀mọ́. 50 naira 100 naira la máa ń gé. But now àgbègbè ní by lot la máa fi gé ní 100 naira 200 naira la ń gé. Ẹran náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí 200 naira 500 naira ló ń gé ẹran.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
Fine, ma.
Okay, sir, can you tell me your name?
Maruf.
Okay, Mr. Maruf, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market?
Goat meat.
Goat meat?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Maruf, let's talk about the goat meat that you sell. How do you sell this meat? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tà?
Ó ní ìdẹ́ bá fẹ́ ni, bẹ́ẹ̀ fún 2,000, bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ, a máa tà fún yín.
So, ní èyí tó jẹ́ pé oye báyìí yóò kọ̀ jẹ́ lórí ìgbà.
Èyí tó yẹ 10,000, ìtàn 15,000. Láti máa ń tà nìyẹn.
Ṣé lè fọwọ́ kan fún wa? Can you touch it? Let's see. Okay. So this is how much?
10,000 naira.
10,000 naira.
Yeah.
Okay. Which other one?
8,000.
What part is this?
Neck.
Neck
And chest.
And chest.
Yeah.
This 10,000.
Yeah, no, 8,000.
8,000 naira. Wow. Okay, so elolele.
Ekwan.
What's this?
Ekwan block cut. Yes.
How much is this?
2,500.
So people buy this part?
Yes.
Wow.
People like am well.
Wow. Okay, so Mr. Baruch. Ẹranko ló kéré jù tí wọ́n lè rà lọ́wọ́ yín bí. What is the cheapest amount of?
2,000 naira. 2,000 naira.
2,000 naira.
Yes.
Oye tẹ̀lé ta tó kéré jù.
Then.
So how long have you been in this business? How long have you been in this market?
We get 100,000.
Huh?
100,000.
How long àtìgbà wo lẹ ti wà níbi tẹ́ ti ń ṣe?
Tí mo ti ń ṣe. Ó ti tó 35 years yo.
35 years.
Yes.
Wow. So do you buy a single goat àbí ẹ máa ń pìtà?
Mo máa ra sí.
Ẹ máa rà. So how much is it?
Be 120, 150.
120, 150. Where do you buy from?
Alaba.
Alaba. Do you have like a major supplier or ẹ̀kọ́ lọ rà lọ́wọ́ ẹni tẹ́ bá rí?
I can love all around them.
Ẹ bá ti débẹ̀ tẹ́ bá like
Then, Mama Bara. Then.
So you buy 120,000, 150,000.
Yes.
So do you have customers that always buy from you? Àwọn èèyàn tó máa bá yín rà every time.
Ọ̀nà wọ́n ti ṣe.
Kí ló tó fi máa bá yín rà?
Torí pọ́ dáa ni.
Okay, so Mr. Moru, let's talk about where you started selling. Bate Persini, Sajai, compared to now. Would you say that the prices have changed or the prices are stable right now?
Ó ti change tó pọ̀. Nígbà táwa bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹrú ogúnfẹ́ kọjá 2,000. Ó ti di 120, 150 báyìí.
So are your customers complaining about the price?
Wọ́n complain bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n bá wa fìfẹ́ rà. Torí pọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń bá wa rà wọ́n bá wa rà.
Okay. So is there a particular season where you sell most? Ṣó nígbà tẹ́ máa ń tà
kò ní gbà o. Gbogbo gbà ni.
Okay. So why do you choose to sell in Egbeda night market? Sorry, I'm a question. Any Egbeda night market in Dubai. So why don't we get Egbeda night market? Let's in Sajai.
Mi ta ti wà látàárọ̀ ọjọ́ ni.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Chika Esther Uzaka.
Okay. Mrs. Chika.
Yes.
Okay. What do you sell in Egbeda night market?
Sell egusi obono. That's soup ingredients.
Yeah.
Egusi obono, stockfish, crayfish, oil, pepper, alza leaf, curry leaf, and efiri and other things.
Okay. So let's talk about the prices. How you sell them basically. How do you sell?
Let's come to stockfish.
Okay.
Like all this. All these ones. We bought it. I bought it 2,000. I said 2 or 2, 3 or.
Yeah.
Like this one. I bought 1,000. I said 1, 2. Depends on one.
So I see that you have Advocacy. How much is the Rika of Advocacy?
The Rika of Advocacy, I sold it 2,000 or 1,800. Depends. Yes, and it's now rising up. Yeah. It's already cost. Yes.
So I see that you have dry fish over here.
I have dry fish, something like this one.
What are the types?
Blackfish, call it blackfish.
Okay.
This one is bonga.
Okay.
Igbo bonga. So I bought this one 400. I sold 500.
Okay.
This one 400. I sold 500. So not too much high price.
Yeah. Okay. So Ma, how long have you been in this business?
I belong. Yes, years pass. Let's say something like 10, 15 years now.
Wow.
Yes.
So, and where do you buy from? Do you buy everything in the same place, or you buy from different suppliers?
I used to buy in Oyibo. No, when Oyibo is Oyibo. Now price of motor, everything is cost.
Yeah.
So we now locate Yanoba. So that's where we are buying now. Yes.
So, do you have a specific person you buy from in that place, or?
There is some people that will not call customer.
Yeah.
So that when customer did not come, you can buy to another person.
Yes. All right, ma. So, is there a particular season where you sell most? You know, maybe like Christmas, maybe like the Ramadan period, this Lent period.
Yes.
So, do you sell better during that time than regular days?
Yes, like a December period. No, we used to sell enough. From morning to night, you sell. No, people will be buying, cooking food for December period. No, everybody was rejoicing and sell a lot.
Yeah.
But this Ramadan period, my dear, I will tell you the truth. We don't sell market as we used to sell before. Yes, we just be managing. Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about, you mentioned that you've been here for like 10-15 years.
Yes.
So if we look at that time frame, let's compare the prices from that time to this period. Would you say that the prices is more stable, or do you think it has gone higher? Has it changed?
It's not more stable. That time and now is different. That time is cheap. Yeah, are you getting me?
Yeah.
Yes, you can buy something of 2,000, you will sell and get more than that, nearly to that amount.
Yes.
But now, before you get that amount, half of that amount, now there is you will be preaching to customer. Come and buy, please. Buy from me. It's good. It's that. So no, they will consider and buy. But that time, when they saw it, they will just buy it. So there is different. That time is cheap, and now it's cost. Yes.
So you also mentioned that you sell vegetables. You have uziza, you have
efiri, curry leaves.
So how do you sell? Do you also buy in Oyibo market?
Yes, I used to buy in Oyibo or Yanoba. Like this one now is under 100 naira.
Okay.
So you said it's 100 naira. Okay. We used to buy heads. So when you buy head, you can buy 500, you can buy 1,000. Use your hand.
Head.
Yeah, no, in bulk.
In bulk, yeah.
Yes, about head. Let's call it head. Bulk.
Yeah.
So when you use our hand and tie it, so you say 100 naira. It used to pay us. But all this store fish doesn't pay us. We see that we used to get small and pay for the gram.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
How are you today?
Fine.
Alright, ma, can you tell me your name?
Taiwo.
Okay. Mrs. Taiwo, what do you sell in Egbeda Night Market?
Vegetable market, Ewedu.
So, as of Miru, vegetable tell me the types of vegetable you sell.
I got shoko, again vegetable, Ewedu.
Okay. So, how do you sell them? Baleshe Manta?
200.
Okay. So, which one is this one?
Tete, green leaf.
Okay. Hello, ni Baleshe
200.
200. Ewedu yenko?
200.
200. Shoko no 200.
Yes.
Okay, so ibo lẹ ti máa ra ọjà yìí?
Yanoba.
Yanoba. Baleshe máa ra?
Bunch. Yeah, 3,000. One bunch.
Okay. Yeah. So in a day, like how many bunch do you buy?
Like 5 bunch, 10.
How long have you been in this business?
I don't tell. My mommy said it before, not me.
So you can't hear it out?
Yeah, right.
Yes. Okay. So and how has it been for you? Báwo lọjà náà ṣe rí láti gbàdé ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Ẹ ti gbà lọ́wọ́ mọ́mì.
Kò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ before my mommy said it's good. Àmọ́ now everything don change.
So ṣé ẹ mọ etí mọ́mì máa ra per bunch nígbà yẹn?
Yeah.
You have an idea how much she...
I go buy 1 bunch 500 before, and before my mommy said 500, 700. Àmọ́ now everything don cost now.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé ọjà vegetable, it's an everyday market.
Yeah.
Okay, it's an everyday market. So ṣé àwọn èèyàn báwo ló ṣe máa ń tà sí ní ojoojúmọ́? Báwo ló ṣe jẹ́ fún yín tẹ́ ṣe máa ń tà lójoojúmọ́? Ṣé ajé sọ́jà máa ń wá?
ọjà máa wá ń gbà mí ó dà máa tutù.
So ṣé ó ní period kankan tẹ máa ń sábà ń tà jù, like maybe Christmas, Ramadan, Lent?
For New Year and Christmas, ọjà máa yá.
During the seasonal period you make more sales. Okay. Do you have returning customers? Àwọn customer tó máa wá ń rà lọ́wọ́ yín every time?
I get customer, I don't know me yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning, sister.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, so ma, can you tell me your name?
My name is Mrs. Precious.
Mrs. Precious, what do you sell in Egbeda Market?
No.
Okay. So Mrs. Precious, how do you sell the pomo you have on sale right now?
This one is 500, 700, 250. That big one is 1,200.
So you're saying that the lowest amount of pomo you can get right now is 200. Okay. So, Mrs. Precious, how long have you been in this business?
Like 7 years ago.
7 years ago. And have you been in Egbeda Market since?
No. I'm selling at Gates before.
Okay. So, okay, ma, so just walk me through the process of how you buy this thing. Where do you buy from?
I'm helping people selling it because they pay money day. Like now, they pay 2,000 2,500.
Like if you sell all this?
No.
Okay.
Any you sell, maybe you sell like 70, 80, you pay you. Even I thought we are not selling more than that, like 30,000. She pay this a day money. She pay give it 2,500 a day. So if you want to give us market, she can give us like every day, like 100, 150 every day. When you sell it to you pay. Either you are not selling it,
you pay 2,500.
Yes.
Wow. So, and how has it been sustainable for you?
I just to manage myself. I will do competition like I do now. I will do like 1,000 a day. Just the menu change, then I will manage it. But if you want to, like, I'll carry it at I'm quite to here. She's the woman to give me money, transport money. Then I will call all these buyers. She's the one she will pay.
She will pay. So the only money you are getting paid for is for selling the phone. Okay. So where do you buy from? Where does the woman buy from?
She's buying that about your that should be about your gig.
Okay. So you said you've been doing this business for like 7 years. So how would you say that the prices has it changed? Do you think the pomo business is stable? Has the prices been stable?
She's not stable. That's 7 years ago I'm talking. That time if they cost like this 200 naira, that time they sell it 50 naira. Because I have 2 panshara, 2 sweet. That time I'm selling at Gates. I will put another panshara, that big one. I'll put there. That should 50 naira. That time when you call this one 50 naira, they will not buy itself. They will tell you that this pomo is small. That time like this one 200 naira. That 1,000 is 500 naira. That a very big one. It's big more than that. This one. But now everything has changed. It's not.
Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so ma, do you have people that buy from you all the time? People that constantly buy from you?
No.
Okay, so every day you get new customers?
Yes. It's before I have plenty customers. That 7 years ago, I have one man. That man is always buy like 40,000 naira every day. Because she have restaurants and hotel, she will buy from. But now, it's done.
So you don't, okay. All right, so would you say that there's a certain season that you sell pomo more, or like, because it's an everyday business, just...
But you know, that time, everything have changed. You can think maybe I will sell today, you cannot sell. The day that you are not focused that today market will come, it's only God to know.
So how has the market been today?
I just go. Market is.
So you just started selling today.
Yes.
Okay, I pray for more sales for you. All right, thank you so much for your time, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Hello consumers, we have toured Egbeda Night Market and we have seen what soup ingredients you can get in this market. Now all that is left is for you to come and shop based on your budget and the quantity that you want. It is not over, but until the next episode, you can catch us on ConsumerHalla TV on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. My name is Woke Peace, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHalla TV. Until the next episode, bye for now.
To you, welcome to the midweek edition of Perspective, your favorite breakfast show on your #1 consumer TV channel, ConsumerHalla TV, the 15th day in the month of July. Good morning, I am Miri Ayo Mikoleke, and on the table, absolutely, we have conversations about pressing and burning issues making the rounds.
All right, good morning and welcome to Perspective. This morning, once again on ConsumerHalla TV, I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Thank you so much for joining us this morning once again.
Okay then, we will have a conversation shaping our economy, businesses and everyday life through informed conversations and practical insight. And that will lead us to the ideal conversation of today. The small and medium-sized enterprises remain the backbone of Nigeria's economy, contributing significantly to employment, innovation, and economic growth. Yet, despite generating sales and attracting customers, many small businesses fail not because they lack demand, but because of poor financial management.
And from mixing personal and business funds to neglecting proper bookkeeping, poor budgeting, weak cash flow management, and taking on unsustainable debts. Similarly, minor financial mistake can quietly erode profitability and limit growth. These challenges have become even more significant in today's economic environment, where inflation, high interest rates, exchange rate volatility, and rising operating costs continue to put pressure on businesses across the country. Financial experts consistently stress that strong financial discipline is essential for business resilience, access to financing, and long-term sustainability.
So what are the financial mistakes entrepreneur must avoid, and what practical habits can help small business owners build a stronger and more profitable alongside more resilient businesses? And to help us answer this important question is Adedamola Hajayi, is a finance and accounting professional and also a financial management consultant. Good morning, Mr. Hajayi. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. Thank you.
All right, it's so good to have you. And by the way, you look so good and sharp.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now let's move to the conversation because Mr. Adedamola, I know you're ready for us.
Yes,
and,
definitely I am.
Okay, good. And of course, we have a whole lot to talk about this because when we're talking about the SMEs and all of that, they, create about 90% of businesses in Nigeria and they create about 60% of employment. So, the Nigerian youth. So it's very important for us to talk about them because, in fact, Nigeria lies solely on business. So many small business owners believe that making sales automatically means making a profit. How dangerous is this misconception?
All right, thank you so much for that question. It's a very dangerous misconception because most times when you make sales, there's this joy that you are making money, right? Most times, let's even assume that it's cash sales, right? So let's say at the end of today's business, I've made 3 million naira in my bank account. Most times, most business owners and entrepreneurs think that more like I really made a lot of profit, right? But the truth is that sales does not equate or does not equal to profit. Sales is simply what you have sold. Before you can say you are making profit, you have to look at what are the expenditure, what are the things you have also expended, or the cost of actually selling those goods and services. So definitely it's a very big misconception because at times when you look at your bank balance or you look at money that has come in the inflow, we don't consider the outflow. And that's a very big mistake on the part of SMEs and business owners, which needs to actually be corrected. The truth is that one of the most important financial metrics you need is your what? Your bottom line. That's your profitability. So beyond what is coming in, how much am I actually making as profit? Let's take it very practical. So I've sold 3 million today, but for buying those goods, I actually spent 2.8 million, right? I still have to pay one or two other expenses, less around 150. So in the long run, it looks like I made a sales of 3 million, but my profit is around 50,000 naira, right? So definitely, sales does not equate profit. Your profit is very key. So before you jump at, I've made a lot of money, I've made 7 million today, you need to consider what are the things you have to pay for or you have expended before you can say you have actually made profit. So it definitely is a very big misconception.
And that was a very beautiful one, Mr. Adedamola. But then, what are the most common financial mistakes you see small business owners make, and why do these mistakes continue to persist?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Well, one of the biggest ones, which everybody almost knows, is one mixing personal and business finances together, right? So because of business are different, I will call it growth phase, right? Now, for most SMEs or for most upcoming businesses, right? Most times when they start, the owner has to invest a lot of his personal assets, money, use some of his personal assets to run the business. But the truth is that one of the biggest financial mistake is mixing up personal finance and business. For example, like I gave an example the other time, right? So I've made 3 million today, right? That's business income. But I have some personal expenses to pay for. Probably my rent is due. I have to pay my child school fees. Most SME owners just dip their hands into their business funds and use it for some of their personal expenses. And what this causes is that it does not allow you know exactly how your business is doing because you have to separate yourself, your own personal finance from your business. So how much? I'll give you a very fast example. At the time I was working with this business owner who owns a school, right? And then every month he uses his own personal salary because where he works to pay for the staff salary. And most times it got to a point that he was not really sure about what the business was doing because it was his own personal funds that he was using to fund the business, and there was no proper accounting or separating these two expenses, which is personal business what and personal expenses and business expense, or personal income and business income. So that's one of the biggest mistakes that SME owners make. Then secondly is that most people think that you have to have proper bookkeeping or accounting when you grow or when you have a lot of money or your business has grown. That's not actually true. The truth is that if you want to really do well as a business owner, you need to get your books right from the start. So I see a lot of SME owners, they don't keep accounting records, they don't keep financial records at all. And when you ask them, they say that they don't have money to afford to pay or to employ an accountant or to anyone can keep the books. But the truth is that there are very cost-friendly ways of keeping your books and having your records on. So that then the next one I would say is that the next biggest mistake or the next big mistake I'll talk about is the fact that most actually don't know the state of their business finance wise. They don't know, are we making profits? Our profit goes month to this month? budget, how is he doing, and all those other things. So yeah, so those are some of the things that actually are mistakes that business owners make. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Adedamola, we've known in recent years that 80% of businesses or fail within 5 years, and cash flow is very, very important, because this is one of the core aspects we need to look into, so that other businesses or people that are still doing business or are still in business to not fail woefully. Cash flow is often described as the lifeblood of a business. So what practical steps can business owners take to maintain a very healthy cash flow, especially during periods of economic uncertainty?
All right, thank you so much for that question. That's a very practical question, right? Now, like I would say, cash is king in business. Honestly, you can make whatever profit you want to make, you can make whatever sales you want to make, but without cash, no business can actually run, because cash is like the lifeline of a business, right? The truth is that when you are running a business, you have a lot of expenses to pay for. At the end of the month, you have to pay your staff, you have to pay a lot of overheads and all those other expenses like that. So the truth is that you have to properly manage your cash if you are going to really do well and scale as an SME or a business owner. And so one of the strategies you can do is that, one, the first one I'll talk about is basic cash budgeting. The mistakes most business owners make is that they think finances or finance has to be something very complex. It can be something very simple. So what do I mean by cash budgeting? Simply planning your cash income and expenses. Like, I like to be very practical. Let's take, for example, in a particular week, on the average, my total income or cash sales is around 15 million naira, right? And I know that my expenses are around 12 million. But I know that at the end of the month, I need to pay salary, so my expenses are going to jump up, right? So that means that in periods where I have excess cash, I'm not going to spend excessively, because I can already envisage that in the next 2-3 weeks, I might have to pay what? Staff salary. So as simple and as basic as that. So how to properly ensure you manage your cash well is to simply, one, come up with a simple cash budget, right? So one, what am I expecting as regards my inflow? Where is money coming from? How much am I expecting? Then your expenses, what am I supposed to pay for? So do I need to restock and all those things? So you can properly plan. So even when money comes in, you know what to do with it. Even when periods that you are a bit tight on cash is not flowing as much as possible, you know how to manage and squeeze yourself enough to be able to handle that. Then another thing that needs to be done to properly manage your cash or your cash management as a business is to also manage your credit well when you sell on credit. For business that sell on credit, right? You have to learn how to collect money, or businesses that have or sales that you have made on credit on time. We call it receivables management. So how well do you manage your receivables? Customers are owing. Do you have strategies of quickly getting your money back so you don't become cash stranded? Then those that you have to pay to, there are strategies you can use to manage that. How do I, if possible, delay some of these expenses since I don't have so much cash? So I'll just say those two basic things. One, having a cash budget, a simple cash budget of simply what's coming in and what's going out. Then secondly, managing your payables and receivables very, very well. So basically those two things. Thank you.
Mr. Adedamola, we can say boldly that debt or taking loan is very, very important in every aspect of life, especially if you're trying to build something really, really big. There's no way sometime you would have to probably take a loan or something like that. But then with interest rates still relatively high, especially during this time, when does borrowing become a smart business decision, and when does it become a financial trap?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Now, borrowing becomes a smart financial or business decision simply when you have enough returns or you have enough profit to justify your borrowing. A very simple practical example, I'm just taking 10 million loan in the bank, right? And the interest rate is around, hypothetically, let's say around 25%, right? So that means that I should have done my business well, or have my business in such a way that I'm going to make more than the 25%, which is the interest I have to pay on the money. That's when it becomes a smart business decision. I know for most SMEs, most times they underestimate these things, right? It's easy to collect money. It's when you need to start paying that it becomes a big issue. So what business owners do? One, first and foremost, before you take that loan or borrow, one, what business or what do you want to use it for? And it's going to generate enough returns for you to be able to comfortably pay back the loan and the interest and still have something back for yourself. That's one. That's when it becomes a smart financial. Then two, it also becomes a smart borrowing becomes necessary if you have the ability to pay back. For every loan you borrow, there should be a loan repayment schedule, right? So you should know that every probably it can be monthly, it can be weekly, you have to pay this back. I still talked of cash flow the other time. So do you have enough cash to be able to pay that loan back? Are you making enough in terms of your money to comfortably pay back? And it's not going to affect your other business expenses. So those two basic things. One, ensure that you have whatever business idea you want to use the loan for, you have enough returns on it to be able to justify taking the loan. That means your return should be more than the interest on that particular loan. So you can pay back the interest and still have something back for yourself as profit. Then secondly, do you have the ability to pay back, right? So at most times before you get loan, you need to do what you call a small forecast, right? Forecast into the future. So I need to get these loans to get some equipment to increase my skill, right? To increase my business skill. I want to get some major equipment so I can produce and sell more, right? So if I produce and sell more, you have the market, you have the ability to sell and get cash to be able to pay back that loan. So basically come up with a forecast or a model, and it should be as realistic as possible. So that's what I would say by that. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, let's look into the issue of tax because it's very, very important. And tax compliance is often seen as a burden by small businesses. So what financial, operational, and legal consequences can arise from neglecting tax obligations? Because we must be sincere with ourselves, the tax to pay is not a joke.
All right, thank you so much. I'll like a practical example here. Recently a business owner reached out to me, right? And he got a letter from the tax office to come and be around. Now, they actually not a big business, right? We look at it, the business was to blame in the sense that most SMEs feel like because their businesses are still small and they can't afford to pay so much, they don't pay attention to tax compliance. The truth is that with the new tax laws, there are a lot of exemptions for SMEs and small business owners. Most times they don't have to pay because for company income tax, if your revenue is below a particular threshold, you don't have to pay anything. Same thing with your value added tax and some of these taxes. But the truth is that to enjoy some of these things, you need to register and be doing or you'll be filing forms periodically with the tax authority. That's when you know that you are complying and you can enjoy this exemption. So tax is not something that you have to take lightly and with like I'm a small business, it's the big business that should pay tax and have. So as much as exemptions under the law, you also need to comply with some things in the law for you to enjoy those exemptions. Like the example I was giving, the person that was asked to pay something million, if he had done what he was supposed to do, honestly, he was not even supposed to pay up to 500,000 in terms of taxes. But because he didn't do it, penalties and a lot of things, and to complicate matters, the person did not have accounting records to back up. So the tax authority just picked some figures and said, go and pay tax on it. So yes, definitely tax compliance is something you have to start looking at and properly dealing with right from when your business is still going. You don't have to wait till you get to a very big level before you start considering tax compliance, because honestly, when the penalties come, they can be quite huge. They can be a big body. And like I said, there are a lot of exemptions under the tax laws for small business owners and SMEs. And if you can take of this, tax should definitely not be a burden to you. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Ademala, many entrepreneurs focus heavily on increasing sales, but pay little attention to budgeting and financial forecasting. How critical are these tools to long-term business survival? If you must answer that question.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, the truth, there's something we call overtrading, right? Overtrading is when you are making a lot of sales, your business looks like it's scaling, but in the long run, you don't have the capacity to maintain such kind of volume of sales that you have. The thing is, budgeting is very critical and very important, because one, what budgeting does is that it helps you stay in control of your finance as a business owner. Initially I talked of the whole cash budgeting and all, right? No, budgeting in very simple term can be as simple as, let's look at an expense budget, right? So instead of just focusing on my sales alone, so I'm looking at, so this week, these are the expenses I'm expected to pay. So I want to pay my staff, I want to pay for rent, I want to pay for insurance, I need to pay this levy, I need to pay a supplier, and all those things. Now, when you have a budget, what it does for you is that it helps you stay within the limit of what you are supposed to stay, right? So if I have budgeted that this week I'm not spending beyond 10 million naira, that means I will try as much as possible to not exceed that. And beyond that, what budgeting does is also helps you stay in charge. So time that you exceed that, you can find out. So what happened? Why did I actually pay more? Is it because of an unforeseen circumstance? Is it something I can manage, or are there ways I can look at reducing this particular expense? Same thing with your income. You need to budget for your sales, right? So that you can monitor how well your business is doing. So last week or last month, we had a total sales of 15 million. We are projecting that we want to make 18 million at the end of next month or this month, right? So at the end of this month, we have made 17 million. Okay, so what caused us not making 18 million? Okay, we have grown. How much are we going to make next month? So I would say like budgeting and financial planning is very critical beyond just working at increasing your sales. You need to have proper control in place to properly monitor and manage your finances. And budgeting is a very critical aspect of doing that.
All right, Mr. Adedemola, let's look into this one because it's very, very important. Because when we're talking about business, business is very, very real and it's practical. So looking at Nigeria's current economic realities, because we must say a lot is happening. So what are the three most important financial lessons every entrepreneur should embrace to ensure a long-term business success? Because looking at the statistic of things, you know, they contribute to the GDP roughly with about 48%. So it's very important and paramount to look into this aspect.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would say three basic things they need to do or you need to pay attention to is one, know your numbers. Know your numbers. Know how your business is doing financially is very critical. Because if you don't know your number, there's no way you can plan, right? And I like being very practical. Let's say, for example, last month you made a total sales of 15 million, right? And then you are feeling like you have done well. But you know, you can't say you have done well, like I said, until you know we talked about it. How much profit have you actually made outside of that sales that you have made? By the time you remove all your expenses, are you really making profit or are you not making profit? For businesses that have different lines, you are selling 4 or 5 products. You need to understand which of these products are actually doing well. So how much did I sell for product A, B, C, D, and which one is actually doing well? Why is it doing well? The other products that are not doing well, what can I do about them? I also talked about expenses the other time. That's also knowing your numbers. So what are the things that really take money from my business? What are the major expenses I have? Are there ways I can reduce or cut down on those expenses? You know, if you have different locations you sell from, so sales from this location, how much are we getting from this location? Why are we not making sales? So I would say the first thing is really know your numbers. Very important. Secondly, we've talked about it too. You have to ensure that you do your cash management. Very important. You treat it very well, and you how do I put this? You manage it very, very well. Because like I said, cash is king. You know, you can actually be making sales and having a lot of that, and your business is really struggling because you are not having enough cash to be able to pay what you need to pay for. So cash management is also something that is very, very critical. Then lastly, I will talk about the fact that as much as possible, don't mix up your personal business and your personal finances and your business finances. Even when you have to take out money from your business, properly record it. When you invest money into your business, properly record or account for it so you can have what? You can have those. You can properly separate them and know what's actually happening with your business. So those are 3 basic things I would say are very important that every business owner should pay attention to in this economic times. Thank you.
Still on the matter of the economy currently, because inflation is very high, and once inflation goes up, price of things also skyrocket in Nigeria, and it gets really really bad that even when inflation comes down, a lot of pricing does not even come down. So inflation has significantly increased the cost of raw materials, transportation, and utilities. How do you think small business owners can adjust their pricing strategies without driving their customers away?
All right, thank you so much. I like that question. It's a very practical question. What I would say is that firstly, you need to understand what kind of how do I put it? What kind of business or how your pricing works. Now, there are some particular businesses you are into that is a bit regulated. You can't just play around with your prices, right? Because if you don't sell at a particular right right. So that means that I have a lot of other people selling that same fabric, right? So that means that I can't just say I want to just tweak with my price and just make my price jump, because when I do that, my sales will come down. You look at an example. If I'm doing a very unique service, let's say I'm offering a particular service that I don't have so much people around me offering, then definitely I can play around with my price. So I'll start from that one. Understand your business structure in terms of pricing. Is pricing something you can easily adjust to, or is something that you need to, because you have a lot of competitors around, still stay within a particular range, right? Secondly, I will say that you need to also work on your pricing. One, all you're working on your pricing is that if you are in a business or in a space where you can't really tweak or work around your prices so much, that means you can't just increase your prices or adjust your price because you have a lot of factors that are limiting you, right? What you need to do is, one, you then need to work on your expenses. So if my income, I can't increase the price of my products from 50,000 to 54,000, because if I increase it, I won't sell anything. I have 6, 7, 8 businesses around me doing the same thing, and if I sell at that price, I won't actually do it. So what do I do? So I can't work so much with my price. Then I look at volume. How do I increase the number that I sell so I can make more margin or more profit off what I'm selling? That's one. Secondly, look at your expenses. How can you bring down your expenses so that even when your sales is not looking like it's so high, you can still be able to make enough profit by dropping down your expenses? And I'm telling you, if you critically look at your expenses, you notice that there are some expenses that are not so essential, or there are better ways of managing those expenses so you can actually reduce and cut down those expenses. So that's what I'm saying. So one, understand the business, or where you're actually doing business. Is price something you can easily? There are some businesses that, yes, you can easily play around with the price, right? But there are other businesses that is a bit competitive and regulated, and so it's not something you can easily adjust. So like I said, one, you can work on your volume, sell more if you can't really play around with your price. Two, work on managing your expenses well, so that even if your sales is not increasing drastically, you can still cut down your expenses and still get more profit from your business. Thank you.
This conversation is very logical, so we have to practicalize things here. And let's look into the realities of many entrepreneurs that we have in Nigeria today. And many entrepreneurs will invest every naira back into their businesses without, building emergency reserves. So how important is having a contingency fund, and how much should a small business ideally set aside?
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, that's a very practical question. Like there's an adage that says that I think it's, I don't remember the tribe, that you don't use your 10 fingers to eat, right? So the truth is that you have to actually setting things aside, because there are periods or there are times in business that business will not actually go as well as you want it to, right? So for example, in the beginning of the year, nobody projected that petrol price will go up because of the war going on in Iran and US and all those things, right? So that's why contingency or having something set aside is very crucial, so that in a period that things are big, you can fall back on that. So back to your question on how much should you actually set aside, I'll say that there's no standard rate. It depends on how well your business is doing. There are some businesses that are more cash intensive, in the sense that you make a lot of cash sales, right? So if you have that kind of business, then you can definitely set more aside. If I want to pick a rate, maybe like set 5% or 10% or whatever profit you have made for a particular month aside as just contingency fund for when your business might need those funds. So you don't quickly run to the bank and take loans with high interest. You can fall back on the contingency you have first. There are also some businesses that cash is a bit tight. Cash does not flow. For example, if I'm selling petrol, I have a petrol station. That's every day I make a lot of cash, right? Because it's cash driven, cash is flowing a lot. So I can do that. But imagine I'm selling cars. Cars you don't sell car every day, right? You sell car once in a while. So your profit comes once in a while. So for businesses that you also have your cash position, or you don't have so much cash, because you still have to spend cash, you might not be able to save as much as the business that has so much cash. But I'll say on an average, maybe 5 to 10% can be a good start, depending on how much cash you can afford to save. So maybe 5 to 10% of what you make every month you can put that in a contingency fund so that you might need to fall back on that when things get a bit more tight.
Mr. Adedamola, digital payment platforms, accounting software, and financial management apps are becoming more accessible. So how can technology help SMEs improve financial discipline, reduce errors, and make better business decisions? If that is something that we are actually looking into currently, because the digital payment platform is, one of the most talked about things in the country right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I like that question. Yeah, when I was talking, I was saying that most people think that keeping your books or running your books is something that has to be very expensive, right? You have to look for an accountant and be paying so much every month. I know most more business owners will say that they are not at a scale or they are not at that pace where they can afford that. But the truth is that technology has made things easier. You now have a lot of accounting software. All these digital payment platforms, they have a way of having a small bookkeeping part that you can actually use to keep your books, and they are not expensive. I know ones that are low as 15,000, 20,000 every month, and you can keep your books with those software or those platforms. So definitely, yes, technology has actually gone at the days that I have to rely on wait to have somebody come and do those things. And most of these software digital platforms are actually very user friendly. There are things that you can actually keep and maintain yourself if you don't have the money to afford to employ maybe a bookkeeper that will be 24/7 keeping your book. So at the end of the day, just keep your records. So how much sales have I made? Put it into the accounting software or digital payment platform. How much is my expenses? So that at the end of a particular period, you can run your figures. Okay, so how much sales have I made in this month? How much is my expenses? How much is my cash balance? Who are the people I need to pay? Who are the people owing me? So definitely, yes, I totally agree with you. Digital payment platform and accounting software have made bookkeeping and accounting something more accessible to SME, and so it's not only those big guys that can afford them now. There are a lot of, in fact, there are free accounting software that you don't have to actually pay any money for, and you can use it to keep your books. So yes, definitely yes. Technology has actually gone a long way, helping or can actually help SMEs do better with record keeping and bookkeeping.
Interesting, and we're moving towards the end of the conversation, but I need to ask briefly, though you've made mention of this in one or two ways, but we need to major on it and expand it better. Money discipline is very, very important when it comes to business. You must be well disciplined, just like the adage that you said earlier on, that you must not use your 10 fingers to eat. So with this current ash inflation and all the budgets, the planning, the pumping and out of cash flow and all of that, so where does money discipline management comes in?
All right, thank you so much. The thing about discipline is that discipline is not just when things are going well. In fact, you tend to get more discipline when things are tight, right? Now, let's say, for example, let's say that in this for a particular week, my total inflow or cash inflow is 15 million, right? My expenses are around 13.5, so around 1.5 left, I mean. Now, the truth is that if I want to be disciplined, no matter how tight things are, I can still definitely keep a part. It's just making up your mind and understanding why this is very important. It's just like, let me give an example. For some people that believe in God and all those things, tight. No matter how things are, people will still say 10%. I want to put it in tight, right? 10% I want to put it in savings. So definitely, that's why I'm saying that even if things are tight, the rates might not be so much, not much in periods that things are a bit tight, but definitely you can still take out. Look at perspective. If you don't do that, it's going to cost you more in the long run. So imagine you are not saving or you are not keeping things aside or setting things aside, and then this particular period things are very tight. One of your major customers has not actually paid you, and you need to pay your suppliers, and there's no money. If you don't have something set aside, you might need to run to the bank or get money from somewhere, and the interest rate is going to actually be very, very disadvantageous to your business. So understanding the importance of these things can actually help you. And then, like I said, just having a rate, like, okay, so every week, whatever is left over from what I have made, I'm going to keep 5% of. In fact, you can be as disciplined as that. Even when I don't make profit, whatever cash is in my account, I'll have a special account where I'm going to take 5% and just put it there. Because the truth is that, see, when you have money will always have things that you need to spend it on. They are always going to be business expenses. The time I was working in a place, and when I got there, I had to tell them that because you have so much cash does not mean you have to spend. does not mean every expenses has to be catered for immediately. So that's the mistake. So if you don't set it aside like that, even when money is there, because money is just there, even expenses that are not so necessary, that's why you say, okay, I think I need to change my car. I think we need to change that AC. I think that we need to get something. We need to do this. And those are not so important. So yes, definitely just being very deliberate and consistent. It can be a particular rate that you decide, 5%, 10%, and every week have somewhere that actually keep it and set it aside there. So that's what I would say about that.
Mr. Adedamola, before we let you go this morning, this question is quite important because when you first start out something, the first few years are very critical. If those foundations shake, it can make or break whatever you are trying to achieve in the long run. So for aspiring entrepreneurs and those already running small businesses, what practical financial roadmap would you recommend for building a profitable, sustainable and resilient business over the next 5 years?
All right, thank you so much. I like that question. Okay, so I would say that one, the first thing you need to understand is that when you are doing business, like I always tell business owners, there's this concept called investment, right? When you invest, you expect to get returns over the long term. So the truth is that when you set up a business initially, don't expect that the business in the first 2-3 years is going to yield so much and give you so much profit. In fact, you might have to pump and put a lot of money in business because it's like just like a child. You are raising a child. You don't expect a 3 or 4-year-old child to help so much around with the house. But when they become teenagers, when they become adults, they can definitely contribute more. So I will start from there, having that understanding that business is in phases, right? And the first initial 1, 2, 3 years can be a bit challenging, but that's when you need the resilience. And like I said, remember I said financial discipline, right? So at that point, you need to monitor and be very deliberate about what you spend on. It's not a time to just be spending, buying this, buying that, because it's a very early phase of your business. You need to put proper business structure in place, right? So how do you increase your sales? What are the expenses you have to pay for and all those things? Then what I also say is that another thing that can help, like a financial roadmap, is that when the business also starts becoming profitable, most business owners do this. They start taking a lot of money out of the business, feel like they want to cash out, and that's not actually good enough because your business is now starting to become a bit more healthy. You are making profit, you have gone past that initial phase where it's still a bit dicey, you are more stable. That's even when you need to invest more so that you can become more stable. And so I would say that for the first 3, 4, 5 years, ensure you put proper financial discipline, invest as much as possible, and manage how much you are withdrawing from the business at that critical phase of your business. When your business has expanded and have a lot of structure in place, you have built that brand, that your sales is doing well, you are growing, you are scaling, then definitely you can now still keep looking at getting more returns from your business and then, like I said, living that soft life, right? But financial discipline is very key. And like I said, understanding the phases. So even when you are still doing business and it looks like the profit is not coming in, you have to be resilient because that's just the normal way businesses are, right? Your business needs time to pick up pace, and after a while, you will actually enjoy having that financial discipline at that initial phase.
All right, Mr. Adedamola, thank you for being real, logical, practical, and insightful. I must say you are a great teacher. Thanks for opening aside to, the corners and cut of this conversation. Well, I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day, Mr. Adedamola, and we can't wait to have you and more editions to come on this breakfast show.
Thank you. It's my honor. Thank you so much for having me too. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Adedamola. That's our guest on the conversation, Mr. Adedamola Jai, finance and accounting professional. He's also a financial management consultant, joining us on the conversation. Money mistakes small business owners make with their finances. Kike, that was a very great one, and I say he's a great teacher because he made us see the logical, practical part of this conversation. So running a successful business is not just about making sales, it's about making smart financial decisions, from maintaining accurate records and managing cash flow to budgeting effectively and planning for the future. Financial discipline can determine whether a business merely survives or truly thrives.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've heard today, avoiding common money mistakes and building sound financial habits can strengthen businesses, improve access to funding, and position entrepreneurs for sustainable growth, even in challenging economic times. And I must say I learned a lot of things this morning. But thank you so much for joining us for a perspective. I'm Kikelamo Ajibola.
And I'm Irihayomi Kolegi, joining us again for another edition as we continue to examine the issues that matter and the ideas that help shape a better decisions. Good morning, Nigeria. Thank you for joining us in your favorite breakfast show.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything tagged, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour. And waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call, from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around, it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA? Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, on our return from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible, no apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with Consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy, all right? We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team, we have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right? that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, okay, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Okay, now me make them. Let me make them now. That's why I buy them. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, And guess what? I just plug it to power, and then the thing just, stop. Didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice. Oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so. We had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch. So also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer. And I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHalla TV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHalla TV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome to News on the Hour. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. To begin with the news stories, the National Bureau of Statistics reported on Wednesday that Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. The tiny drop of 0.02% from the 15.93% recorded in May marks the first inflation decline after 3 consecutive months of increases. Despite this minor relief, the consumer price index actually rose to 143.0 from May's 140.7. This annual decline did not stop staple foods from becoming more expensive from the average consumer. According to the Bureau, month-on-month food prices are accelerated due to rising costs of fresh pepper, tomatoes, crayfish, beef, garri, and yam. On a month-on-month basis, general headline inflation slowed to 1.66% in June compared to the 1.75% rate recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics stated that the average price level in June 2026 grew at a slower pace than it did in the preceding month. The current numbers also represent a sharp drop from the 25.29% inflation rate recorded in June 2025. Analysts remain watchful to see if the downward trend will persist amidst continuous pressure on essential food items. President Bola Tinubu has declared that Nigeria's economy is making serious foundational progress despite the challenges of his administration's reforms. The president made these assertions during a high-level meeting at the State House in Abuja with a visiting delegation from Deloitte Africa. During the visit, the leadership of Deloitte Africa commended the Nigerian government for its bold financial and fiscal policies over the last 3 years. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, released a statement on Wednesday detailing the deliberations. President Tinubu defended the direction of his policies, comparing the difficult reforms to a bitter but working medicine rather than a quick customer relationship. The President stated that the ongoing reform would continue to stimulate economic growth, strengthen local financial institutions, and make Nigeria more globally competitive. The meeting was also attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, and the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji. Reflecting on his career, President Tinubu noted his personal history with Deloitte, recalling how he cut his childhood accounting teeth with the firm in Chicago. Chief Executive Officer for Deloitte Africa, Ruweda Redfern, led the delegation and praised the administration's long-term fiscal commitment. In another development, President Bola Tinubu has announced a complete ban on the exportation of raw cocoa beans from Nigeria in a bid to promote local processing and industrialization. Speaking at the Cocoa Value Addition Summit 2026 in Abuja, the president stated that Nigeria must stop exporting raw commodities only to import finished chocolate. The new policy directive aims to strengthen and capture the full economic value of cocoa, create local jobs, and attract foreign investment. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, represented the president at the summit themed From Bean to Brand. The president lamented that while Africa produces 70% of global cocoa, it receives only a small fraction of the $130 billion global chocolate market. To prove the government's commitment, he highlighted a new 70,000-ton processing facility being built by local investors in Shagamu. Nigeria's national cocoa grinding capacity has recently crossed 120,000 tons per year. Over 300,000 farming families cultivate cocoa across 1.4 million acres, representing up to 7% of global output. The Bank of Industry has pledged to support these industrial shifts by deploying ready capital to fund bankable processing projects across the country. Moving on, the federal government has renewed its commitment to transforming the aviation sector through safety improvements, infrastructure upgrades, and enhanced passenger experiences. The resolution was announced during the hybrid stakeholders and citizens engagement session held in Abuja. The forum took place at the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority conference room to review progress and prioritize ministerial deliverables. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mahmood Kambari, spoke on behalf of the Minister, Festus Keyamo. Kambari stated that the quarterly engagement demonstrates transparency and accountability in implementing President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. He explained that this session serves as a collaborative platform where operators and citizens actively shape the future of the local aerospace industry. The ministry reported significant progress in modernizing local airports, improving air navigation systems, and promoting local content. Officials emphasized that aviation remains a critical driver of economic development by facilitating international trade, investment, and tourism. The government urged continued collaboration between private operators and public regulators to sustain a highly competitive aviation industry. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared 2.55 trillion naira among the three tiers of government from June 2026 revenue. The current distribution represents a substantial increase of 250 billion naira from the 2.3 trillion naira shared in May. The allocation highlights a 10.9% month-on-month rise, continuing a steady climb in Federation revenues this year. Director of Press and Public Relations in the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Mokwa, confirmed the figures in a statement. The shared sum comprised 1.81 trillion naira in statutory revenue and 740.72 billion naira in value-added tax. The gross revenue available for June stood at 4.4 trillion naira before statutory deductions and refunds. Statutory revenue grew significantly during the month, jumping by 1.05 trillion naira from the previous month. One of the gross revenue, the committee deducted 160.74 billion naira as the cost of collection. The steady rise in monthly distribution since February reflects the growing efficiency of national revenue collection channels. The Central Bank of Nigeria is likely to raise its benchmark monetary policy rate during the second half of 2026. Capital markets economist Professor Uche Uwaleke issued this warning during a macroeconomic review webinar. He explained that the pre-election spending ahead of 2027 general elections will increase money supply and trigger liquidity pressures. Professor Uwaleke noted that historical data shows inflation is always higher in the year preceding a major national election. He warned that a further interest rate hike by the central bank would negatively impact the equities market. Higher interest rates historically redirect capital flows away from stocks and into the higher yielding fixed income markets. The economists pointed out that the decision of the central bank will ultimately depend on the fiscal discipline of the political class. If money supply remains unchecked, the regulator will have no choice but to tighten monetary policy. Investors are advised to balance their portfolios in anticipation of potential policy shifts in the financial market. In another development, improved pipeline surveillance has transformed Nigeria's oil sector by boosting crude production, curbing theft, and strengthening national revenue. Joint security operations in the Niger Delta have successfully reduced pipeline disruptions and secured critical infrastructure. The federal government's reliance on structured surveillance contractors have received commendations from several industry stakeholders. A key player in the success is Tansita Security Services Nigeria Limited, which has deployed high-tech surveillance systems to guard oil assets. President Bola Tinubu appointed the security firm led by High Chief Government Ekwe Mupolo, popularly known as Tompolo, to protect pipelines. The firm works in collaboration with government security agencies to maintain stability in the oil-producing communities. Supporters of the surveillance model argue that conventional security measures are no longer sufficient to protect critical assets. Entrusting these duties to organizations with local capacity has allowed Nigeria to derive maximum value from its petroleum resources. Industry observers are now calling for this continuity of the current surveillance framework to sustain national economic growth. A former president of the African Ship Owners Association, Captain Ladi Olubowale, has revealed that foreign fleets still dominate Nigeria's maritime support industry. Olubowale lamented that despite Nigeria's being Africa's largest oil producer, foreign vessels handle the bulk of essential shipping services. This imbalance means a huge share of maritime logistics and charter revenue leaves the local economy. Olubowale, who is also the managing director of Seamate Maritime Integrated Services, explained that offshore energy projects rely entirely on support ships. He stated that exporting raw commodities while importing foreign shipping capabilities is an unsustainable economic model. He urged the government to reverse the trend to protect local shipping businesses. The maritime experts pointed out that the ongoing UTM floating liquefied natural gas project should serve as a catalyst for change. He advised that the gas project be used as an anchor to drive Nigeria's maritime industrial transformation. Olubowale stressed that building domestic shipping capacity is the only way to retain offshore logistics revenue locally. The International Chamber of Commerce Nigeria has called for stronger public-private partnerships to unlock trade financing and policy development. The chairman of the chamber, Raymond Iyimembe, made the call during the organization's 27th annual general meeting. Iyembe explained that stronger collaboration is essential to building economic bridges that will help local businesses thrive globally. The chairman stated that the chamber remains committed to robust policy advocacy that advances the interests of Nigerian professionals and incorporates corporate organizations. He added that the chamber will continue to create platforms for dialogue to shape the future of commerce. The meeting brought together several corporate leaders, trade financiers, and key industry regulators. The event also featured a guest presentation by the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Shippers Council, Dr. Pius Ukeyima Akuta. Dr. Akuta spoke on the theme of shipping and maritime trade as the backbone of international commerce. This session highlighted how efficient port systems and trade facilitation directly influence the economic growth of developing nations. Wema Bank PLC has reinforced its position in Nigeria's financial technology sector by hosting a strategic engagement for its fintech partners. The event brought together fintech founders, payment providers, and technology developers to deepen collaboration. The bank aimed to appreciate the trust of its partners and strengthen the infrastructure of digital banking. Speaking at the forum, Wema Bank's Deputy Managing Director Oluwole Ajimisimi described their fintech partners as active collaborators in financial services. Ajimisimi promised that the bank would continue to provide the reliable infrastructure and innovation needed for fintechs to scale. The roundtable allowed partners to share feedback and evaluate new digital finance solutions. An attending fintech partner commended Wema Bank for creating a collaborative platform to address emerging industry challenges. The bank stated that the engagement helps align its product roadmap with the evolving needs of the fintech ecosystem. Wema Bank remains committed to building scalable financial infrastructure to improve digital service delivery nationwide. That is the latest development for now. Stay informed and stay inspired. Do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. Thank you for watching.
Consumers, road transportation has become one of the common ways to travel across cities and states. From comfort to safety, choosing the right transport company depends on commuters' choice. And on today, I'm live here on the street of Lagos, Jibo to be precise, to ask consumers what do they look out for when choosing transport company and which transport company do they use for. Then remember, we've actually treated this topic before, but today I said let me come to the center of Lagos to ask consumers which transport company do they use for. Do you know what? Come with me, let's go find out. Good morning, ma.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you very much.
Thank you. So what is your name?
Ricky, please.
Oh?
Ricky.
Ricky what?
Omonimo.
Okay, so do you travel by road often?
Yes, please.
Which transport company do you make use of?
Libra and Peacemas, amongst others. Smarts for affordability.
Telling me something?
I'm telling you the facts. Yes, Peacemas is actually very affordable. Very, like, if I'm on a budget, Peacemas. If I'm doing, I want to be executive and comfortable, Libra.
Okay, now before you board a particular vehicle, what do you look out for before you board them?
I look out for how they move. Like some of them pack a lot of way bill, and that's not comfortable. And I look out for like people's reports, like are they stopped a lot by the police? Do they have a lot of incidents of being robbed or accident rates? Those kind of things. Yes,
okay,
please.
Now I want you to share your experience with Libra, and I also want to share with me your experience with Peacemas.
Okay, with Libra, I've not had any issues with Libra. When we leave early, we get to our destination on time. We're barely stopped by police, if anything. So it's always like a smooth journey, and the AC is on almost all through the journey. So I really don't have any complaints. I just make it smooth sailing. Peacemas, sometimes it's smooth sailing. There are times where the bus had an issue, or we're just packed with a lot of waybill items, like really cramped in the bus. But at least but they don't get there as early as Libra will get there.
Talking about when the bus stop along the road, how do they sort it out for their customer?
Okay, for the ones I've been in, is either they end up fixing the car, we just wait a hot minute, but where they can't fix the car, there's nobody around to fix the car, they usually stop their fellow buses that have spaces in them and put them one by one so they clear everybody. Then the driver sorts himself.
Okay, now I want you to rate Libra over 10. I would like you to rate Peacemas over 10 based on your experience with them. Yeah, how will you rate them?
Libra, I'll give it a solid 10. Solid 10 across the board. Peacemas, solid 6.5. It gets me to my destination. So solid 6.5. Yes, please.
Okay, is there anything you would like Peacemas to do better in order to satisfy their customer more better?
Yeah, because I don't think I'm the only one that has had that complaint. I feel if they are going to even waybill things along with the bus, they should just not make it more than the customers. Because most of the time it tends to be more than because it's like really, really packed in there. So when they stop to deliver, they will stop in between, have to get people out of the bus, pick that package, give it to the owner before they continue. So I just feel they should make it an even ratio. Even if they want, I'm not stopping them from waybill, but just make it an even ratio, or just at least look more to the customers than the waybill.
Okay, what about Libra? Anything you like them? I know you've given them a solid 10, but is there still anything you like them to do better?
Honestly, no, there's nothing. Because you can book on their site, you can book at the location. They leave when they say they are leaving. They get there on time, and I just love that police barely stop them. So no need for long talk. So nothing really on my end for Libra.
Okay, so what's the best time that you travel? When do you travel?
Now, you see, when I come to Christmas here, I like Christmas because once in a while they do that afternoon movement of like, okay, they can end up leaving by like 12. Like if I'm going to like Delta. Libra, they're very strict with their time. Like it's always like if for long distance, it's usually morning. Like I don't think they even exceed 10 a.m. if anything. Like most of the time when I book Lagos to Delta or Enugu to Lagos with Libra, I think the latest I've ever seen on their page is 8 a.m. So I think they're just really early. So if you know you can't do early movement, I won't recommend Libra for you. Yeah. But if you know you want, okay, something that will still take you in the afternoon, I'll recommend Christmas.
So have you ever switched from a particular transport? Have you stopped using a particular transport company before?
I think, yeah, I stopped with Advocacy. Yeah, their own is because when I'm in Delta, Advocacy is one that was closest to my house. So I'll use when I was in uni, my uni was in Abeokuta. So going from Delta to Lagos before Abeokuta, my parents always chose Advocacy. But now the thing is, they'll tell you to come early. You'll get there by like 6. You won't leave till like 9, 10. And you won't get to your destination till like evening time. And and most times when they do that, if I'm seeing that they are really running late and I want like a refund, so I'll go somewhere that is moving immediately, they won't give refund. So I actually stopped with Advocacy because I couldn't deal with it. You're telling me come early, you're not leaving on time, and you're not going to give me a refund either. So I stopped Advocacy.
Okay, so now generally, what advice will you give to any transport company for them to do better in terms of their service, in terms of safety, in terms of comfort?
Okay, my thing is always make sure your drivers look out for their buses, because the thing of your bus stopping down, like they should have proper maintenance before they leave, proper checks, proper maintenance. For those that do waybill, make sure you are putting your customers comfortable before you are stopping them with more waybill items. And if you are saying you are leaving a time, leave that time, please. Leave that time, please, because people calculate their time too. So that's just it in general.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is George Ikechukwu.
Okay, now, do you travel by road often?
Mostly by road.
Okay, so which transport company do you make use of?
Ifeanyi Chukwu.
Ifeanyi Chukwu. For how long have you been using Ifeanyi Chukwu?
For over, let me say, 20 years now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you are sticking with them?
Of course, their timing, in terms of time, they are time conscious and all that. So, yeah, they usually leave on time and they arrive on time as well.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, now, apart from Ifeanyi Chukwu, which other one have you tried using?
I think GUO is doing well. GUO is doing well, yeah.
Okay, but then I want you to share with us your experience with Ifeanyi Chukwu.
So far, so good. They've been nice, talk about the drivers, the conduct of the personnel working under them. I think they're good to go.
Okay, now, before you board a vehicle, what do you look out for before you board a vehicle?
Okay, normally for we regular travelers, there is a way we classify the companies. There are some companies that they classify as first class company. You talk about GUO, you talk about Ifeanyi Chukwu, then Ekesen and others, although depending on the terminal. So there are some buses that live earlier than each other, and they also arrive earlier.
Okay, now talking about comfort and safety, do you consider that whenever choosing a particular vehicle?
Yes, it matters. The buses that usually have new buses, I think there's more comfort, and all that, compared to the ones that have old buses. So those ones with newer buses, there's more comfort, while traveling with them. And the timing also is better. And they have professional drivers, unlike some other buses.
So have you ever stopped using a particular transport company before?
Yeah, but I won't mention their name. So I would like to spread their brand. There's so many of them.
Okay,
yeah.
So what made you stop using them?
Yeah, most of the times they put vehicles that are not good. Yeah, so at times poor maintenance as well. So and service, the way they attend to their customer. Yeah, that's one that.
Okay, now how much do Ifeanyi Chukwu charge?
I think it's not different from other buses, so they're all the same. Of course.
Okay, I wanted to rate Ifeanyi Chukwu over 10. How will you rate them?
Yeah, Ifeanyi Chukwu, probably I can give them like 7 over 10.
7 over 10?
Yeah.
Okay, now when do you think is the safest time that you travel? Is it in the morning or at night?
I prefer night anyway. I'm a businessman, so I prefer night.
Is there a reason why you prefer night?
Yeah, it's faster, so I don't need to waste time on the way. You don't need to encounter much traffic jams and all that. So night is always the best to me. I don't know about others. Anyway. That's my personal
Do you also consider the risk traveling at night?
Definitely, there's insecurity in the country. You know, for those of them that prepare very well, usually leave on time. And if you watch the time interval, you find out that it's interwoven. You know, a kind of at times you get to Onitsha by 12, so by then vehicles are still coming down to west and other part of the country. So I think it's usually safe more than daytime to me.
Okay, so what advice do you have to give generally to transport companies to do better?
You know, security is everybody's business, and again, watching the kind of personnel they employ also matters, the kind of drivers as well, and giving them orientation all the time. I think they can do better. Even in Western world, I think people still travel at night, so we're not different from what is obtainable outside.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Ignatius Ezuaram.
Okay, so do you travel by road often?
I travel by road. I travel by road.
Okay,
Very well.
Okay, so which transport company do you make use of?
All of them are good. It depends their service.
So now, talking about the service, which one do you use mostly?
Young Shagro.
Young Shagro. Is there a reason why you prefer Young Shagro?
The reason why I prefer Young Shagro is that all the vehicle is in order. And whenever they have a breakdown on the road, the passenger will not pay money again. Understand? They will send another vehicle to come and transload them to go back to any of their destination. Understand? But some of the transportation people, whenever they pay money, because it's not a little money somebody will pay, because of the situation of Nigeria nowadays, somebody pay like now 50,000 naira going to Onitsha. Maybe the remaining money remain in the pocket, remain like 20,000 naira. The motor drive like from here now to Ijabode, break down. So the passenger is expecting another vehicle to come and tell them, because the passenger will tell the conductor or driver, what next? Understand? The next is that to provide motor to them. Understand? So there's other company, like if something like Young Shagro, from here to Ore or from here to Jabode, understand? Young Shagro, they will send another vehicle, understand, to come and translate them, to take them to the station. So when they give you that kind of service, understand, you have to go there again and pay another money. But other ones, when the vehicle transload, understand, the passenger will know that the vehicle, they cannot fix it again. Understand? So everybody begin to find a way. Oh, what of the person is only the 5,000 naira remain? How the person is going to do? Understand? Because one finger don't equal. Understand? That's why I prefer Young Shagro.
Okay, now, before you enter a particular vehicle, what do you look out for? When you want to board a vehicle now, what do you look out for?
What I look out for is that I know that when I enter there, it's going to take me where I'm going. That's why because anybody is traveling from your house, if you want to make up God is good, you have already made up your mind that I'm going to use God is good. And when getting to the park, nobody will change their mind, because you have already made up your mind. Unless when you come to God is good, they don't have any motto. Or you want to make a move with a piece. When you make up your.
Apart from Young Shagro, which other transport vehicle have you tried?
I'm using Young Shagro for years.
For how long?
Years now, more than 25 years. You know, as I tell you before, many of them, when they have issue breakdown, they cannot take care of their passenger. They forgot that if you treat me bad, I will tell my brother, don't use this person. Don't use this person.
That is how it circulates.
Yeah, that's how it circulates. That's all.
Okay, now I want you to rate Young Shagro over 10 based on your experience with them. I want you to rate them over 10. How will you rate them?
I cannot raise them. I will raise them 100.
You rate them 100?
I use them.
Okay, now is there anything you like them?
Let me tell you something now. Many of them, because everybody like beautiful something. And times of transportation, competition, understand? Many of them, nobody will use old motor, understand? Because when you put old motor here, the other one will put new motor. Yeah, I will go to the new one. So they will change over. All of them have new motor. But it depends the service, then give the customer.
Very important. Okay, is there anything what do you want young Chago to do better, or what advice do you have for other transport companies to do better?
Advice I'm giving to them, you know, say we are human beings. Na human being they are carrying. Understand? You treat them as you treat yourself. Understand? That's all. Treat them as you treat them, because when you treat customer very well, it depends how manner approach and whatever. Then we'll come again. Patronize you more.
So when do you travel? Is it in the morning? When is your safetiest time to travel? Morning, night, or which one?
I prefer night.
Is there a reason why you prefer night?
Everywhere is cool.
Everywhere is cool?
Everywhere will be cool.
What about the risk in traveling late at night?
Now, because of Nigeria, our insecurity make people afraid of traveling in the night. Best traveling far away is night. Like other country, when you are going from here now to Abidjan, I travel to Abidjan, I travel to Côte d'Ivoire. Police there, they are not holding gun, they are holding only battle. They are not with gun, because a lot of bad something are not happening in all those places. When Nigeria when they feast Nigeria very well. So nobody will be afraid of going anywhere. You understand? So as I'm talking to you now, everybody is afraid to travel. Exactly. Like I am now, I cannot travel by the road to Northern I will use flight.
Wow.
Like Abuja, I cannot go to Abuja. Some of the other places now, bandits are full there, kidnappers are full in there. So that is that.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, God bless.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. What is your name?
My name is Buchi.
Buchi what?
Buchi Augustine.
Augustine. Okay, so now do you travel by road often?
I travel by road.
So which transport company do you make it on?
I travel with GEO Transport Company Nigeria Limited. In terms of credibility, GEO is the best in terms of land transport, vehicle, customer care, service. Like, if you travel with the GEO, you will enjoy the trip, you will get comfort. Like, we have trained staff, trained drivers who, like, you enjoy your trip, will take you to your destination safely.
Okay, now talking about GEO, apart from GEO, which other transport company do you know of, or have you used?
I don't. In terms of another transport company, I've used Peace Mass, but back in then, but I cannot give them credibility.
Is there a reason why you can't give them credibility?
Number one, their drivers are rude. They drive lawfully, and normally I don't know why they don't use crane driver. You understand? They talk to you rudely around this way. Then I don't like to use this man's transport. In terms of if I didn't see GEO, I got to use flights. That's how I would do.
Okay, now whenever you want to board GEO, whenever you want to go with GEO, what do you look out for before entering their vehicle?
Normally, before I want to enter GEO, normally I look at safety. Then what should I say? After safety, I look at how they entertain their customer. Like when you came to book, they will address you, entertain you, make you feel alright. Sometimes they normally consider their customer. You understand? After when you travel finish, they will ask you to give them feedback, what you know about the travel. Do you see any rude customer or any rude driver? They will take it up and handle the issue. Sometimes if the motor spoiled on the road, they have the fastest transload on the road. Maybe sometimes they will still give you 30% discount when you are traveling next time, or they will give you free ride when you are traveling next time.
Okay, now I'm talking about all this because that means you've really experienced, you've had a lot of experience with them.
Yes, I have a lot of experience with them.
Now, do you go in the morning? Do you travel in the morning? When is the safest time for you to travel?
I travel in the morning, I travel nights. The morning vehicle is still safe, night vehicle is still safe because they use Hiace Ultra, the latest Hiace vehicle. They still use the latest luxurious bus. That's very okay. Their vehicle is very okay.
Okay, now I'm talking about price. How expensive? How much do GUO? How much do they charge?
It depends the location you are going. If you are going to East price is different from Abuja price to Port Harcourt price. Their price is normal that you can afford it.
Okay, now I want you to rate this GU over 10. How will you rate them?
I will give GU 9.5.
9.5?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you are giving them 9.5 over 10?
Because of their staff, their trained driver, the way they attend to customer.
If there is anything you want GUO to do better right now, what would that be?
So, I don't know. Anything I want GUO to do more better is to open terminal in different places. There is all this in Soka, like many places, they need to open terminal. Oh, understand?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, auntie.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Chinemerem.
Chinemerem what?
Peter Emenefe.
Peter. So do you travel by road often?
I travel by road.
So which transport company do you make use of?
Ezewanta.
Ezewanta. For how long have you been using them?
For more than 2 years now.
For more than 2 years. So apart from this Ezewanta, which one have you tried using before?
GU do okay, Tisco do okay, even Libra do okay, Young Shagro all do okay.
But why you can't stick with Ezewanta?
Because some of my friends work there and the amount of their payment do okay. And they get new AC bus, everything do okay for them.
So talking about amount, how much did you bought it?
For now, the tickets now 31,000 now.
31,000. Okay, now what do you look out for if you want board Ezewanta now? Wait till you they check. Wait till they check before you enter that vehicle.
Nothing. First they take their motor or the position. If they put new motor, I prefer to enter there.
You prefer to enter new motor?
Yes.
Why? Why do you prefer the new motor?
Every facility is okay. The AC, everything do okay. They standard.
Okay. Now, when do you travel? Do you travel in the morning, afternoon, or night?
No, in the night I travel.
Why do you prefer night?
Because normally I prefer to travel in the night. Because if I travel in the night, tomorrow morning, everywhere I go to okay, I go find my way where they go. I will just see where to go easily.
But some people they say to travel by night they always risky.
No, majority of people say I'm traveling in the night. They travel for here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why you prefer night travel?
No, I just prefer to travel by night.
So have you ever stopped using a particular transport company?
Yeah, first time I used Libra before I switched to Ezewanta.
So you get reason why you leave Libra go?
No reason. The two companies they are working good. They are doing good.
Okay, now I want you to rate Ezewanta over 10. How you go take rate them?
For the whole Nigeria, the whole federation.
Based on your usage, how you they use them?
I will rate them number 3.
Number 3, 3 over 10.
Yes.
3 over 10.
No, as in if I want to rate them from 1 to 10, best company, I will rate them number 3.
Okay, as best company. But based on your usage, how the experience where you get with them, how you go rate them over 10?
As in how? I don't understand.
Based on your experience, you tell me you like them basically because say they get AC. You say you like them because they're okay and all of that. So if you want to rate the experience where you get with them, how you go rate them over 10? I know so you don't give them best 3 overall, but now take your experience with them now. How I want to make you rate them over 10.
Yeah, 10 over 10.
10 over 10.
Yes.
Okay, so what will be the experience where you get with them, where you rate them 10 over 10?
Like I said earlier now, the AC do okay. If you dey inside the motor, you go plug your phone, everywhere dey last. You know, you go feel very comfortable inside the bus.
Their service, uncle.
They're very nice and okay.
If there is one thing you want, make they do better, make they improve. Waiting, you go want them, make they improve on.
Nothing, that company dey standard.
Thank you. Affordability. Transport companies plays a major role in how Nigerians move from one place to another, and we've heard directly from consumers the main reason why they are sticking to a particular transport company. For some, they are they are loyal to a particular transport company, while others are still exploring more for better options. And that is all for today's edition of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV on transport company. On today's edition, there is no winner because all transport companies have been mentioned, commuters have spoken, and you've listened to what they have to say. Till I grace the screen again, I am Elizabeth Abepe. Bye for now.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofe Koforola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market. From the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media and on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brands and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV
You deserve to be heard.
Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Ovenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHallaTV we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind if it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
It's new movie release, update, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHallaTV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Ta-da!
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHallaTV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHallaTV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHallaTV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHallaTV. Now, ConsumerHallaTV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHallaTV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHallaTV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too. Yeah, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome to another beautiful market stories. This is ConsumerHallaTV and I am Elizabeth Abefe. This segment is called In the Marketplace. Yes, in the marketplace, whereby we explore major markets in Nigeria, bringing you behind the scene of the market, the background story, history, challenges, what people actually do in this particular phase. Today we are live here at Owode Oniri Market. Many people have heard of it, but not everyone fully understand what this market means. Come with me as we go find out from people that worked here.
There are markets you visit to buy food. There are markets you visit to buy clothes. And then there are markets like Owode Oniri, market that quietly keep a city running. Located along the busy Ikorodu Road corridor in Lagos. Owode Oniri has grown over several decades into one of Nigeria's most important centers for iron, steel products, automobile spare parts, fabrication materials, and scrap metal trading. The name itself tells part of its story. In Yoruba, Owode simply means market, while Oniri is derived from ere, meaning iron or metal. Together, the name reflects the identity the market has become, known for a place where iron, steel, and engineering material dominate commercial activities. Over the years, what started as a growing trading community developed into a major commercial hub serving mechanics, fabricators, builders, welders, engineers, transporters, and customers from across Lagos and neighboring states. Today, the market is broadly known for two major trading clusters, the automobile spare parts section, the iron steel fabrication, and scrap metal section. Together, these sections support thousands of livelihood and supply materials used in homes, workshops, factories, office, and construction projects across Lagos. But growth has not come without challenges. In October 2014, a major fire dozens of lock-up shops. Again in December 2019, another fire razed several shops in the metal section, destroying goods worth of millions of naira. And in February 2023, another fire affected part of the iron market, once again testing the resilience of the traders. The market has also experienced government interventions over environmental and infrastructure concerns, including temporary closure in 2023 as authorities enforce sanitation and traffic regulation. Yet, despite this setback, Owode Onire continues to thrive. Every morning, long before many Lagosians begin their day, truck arrive carrying steel, metal sheets, spare parts, and construction materials. Business begins. Machines round, metal is cut, dues are negotiated, and thousands of people earn a living. But beyond the iron, beyond the engines, and beyond the endless movement of goods, who are the people keeping this market alive? How has Owode Onire evolved over the years? Today, our journey brings us to a market where almost everything is made of iron, a place where sparks fly from morning till evening, where thousands of traders, welders, fabricators, and artisans earn their daily living. Welcome to Owode Onire Market. To many people, it is simply an iron market, but behind these rows of steel, engines, and welding machines lies a remarkable story of resilience, because according to the leaders of this market wasn't always like this. There was a time when none of these shops existed. No buildings, no machines, no customers, just bush. According to the General Secretary of Owode Onire Market, Salayuddin, the story of this market dates back to 1974. Following their relocation from Lagos Island, traders came together with one common purpose: to start afresh. Rather than waiting for government intervention, they contributed their own money, acquired this land, and began developing it themselves. What was once a thick forest gradually transformed into what is now one of the largest iron and metal markets in West Africa. Today, the market is made of 11 different lines, each specializing in various iron and metal products, from iron rods, steel plates, aluminium, stainless steel, automobile engines, scrap metals, industrial machinery, and several fabrication materials. Everyday buyers arrive not only from across Nigeria, but also from neighboring countries, including Benin Republic, Togo, Niger, Cameroon, and according to the market leadership, even South Africa. But beyond the movement of goods, what truly keeps this market standing? It is not just iron, it is organization. It is discipline, and a leadership structure that has sustained the market for decades. Let's hear from the General Secretary.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name, sir?
My name is Islawuddin Abu Wahab.
So who are you exactly in this market?
I'm General Secretary of the market.
Before I come to the position and you yourself, I want you to tell us what exactly you know about Owode Onire Market.
Owode Onire is a very large market. They with only iron. Work with industrial materials such as beam, triangle, plate, roofing sheet, as many as that, even pipes, variable, flange, all these fittings, the net, so as many as possible, concerning only iron.
Okay, when did this market get created? When was it established?
The market established 1974, around December. Yeah, 1974. Initially, they started from an island, from Sura and Dumaku. So the government of Lagos State by that time said that they want to use the place they are using, so they have to vacate, look for land. They bought this land by themselves, developed it by themselves. So started from that time to today, we don't do other thing but only iron.
Okay, now before this market, before you got to this market, was this market just empty the way it was, or there was a particular thing that was being sold here before it's now changed to iron market?
No. Initially it was bush. Immediately they vacated from Lagos Island. That's why they came here and started developing it to this level. And we are still on it because we want the market to become an international market.
When we were coming, we saw different lines, different sections. So I want to ask, how many sections exactly are in this market?
We have just only 11 lines.
Can you mention what do they do in those different lines, different sections?
Like line 1, they are dealing with plate and pipes. Line 2, they are dealing with building iron building. So line 3, they are dealing with scrap iron. Line 4, part of stainless and pipes. Line 5, purely stainless. Line 6, plate. Line 7, that is automobile engine. Line 8, they are also dealing with aluminium, part of the aluminium. Line 9, beam, industrial irons, purely. Line 10, we are dealing with sparticles. So that's the major deal for that line. But line 11, completely aluminum and stainless.
Now you make mention of plates, steel and all of that, because most people watching it now will be thinking that what type of plates, what type of steel? Is it plates that they used to eat, or what type of plates are you mentioning of?
It's iron plate, not eating plate. It's iron.
You know we have stainless plates too.
We have stainless, pure iron plate. You see it here.
What are those used for?
The companies are using it. They are using the most of industry. They cut it. I'll take you to where they are cutting them. So they turn to another finishing product. Yes.
Okay, now what are the challenges do you have in this market? What challenges do you have in this market?
We have so many challenges. Even part of our challenges is firstly money, because this business requires very big money to start. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is this government. They didn't give us any single support. They did not, and they know that this market acquires so many youths. Instead of these youths to be roaming above, we canvas them to here. We teach them how to buy, how to sell. Some of them we teach them how to cut. If I take you to where they are cutting iron, you see many of these young boys there. But after school, they come. So during the holiday, they come. So they are making it very well.
So you are saying this market also teaches people that want to learn, that are willing to learn, to come learn and be useful for themselves.
Yes.
Okay, now talking about the post of a general manager, before I get to that point, now I could see that we have different sections and this market is so big. How do leaders of this market direct this market exactly? How many leaders do you have? Do you have leaders per section? Because I've been to a particular market where they have like different 5 sections and they will tell me they have different leader exploring, like looking out for different sections. Is it like that for this Owode aluminium market?
No. This Owode iron and metal market, we are one. But the section that we are having, we divided into, we have leaders there. They are working under national leader of the market. So the office that you are at today is office of a national president of the market. So if you go to any section, you see the chairman there, you see their secretaries there. So whatever we discuss, they pass it through them to the people of the market. So that's how we run it. Document. So these are one of our biggest challenge that we are facing now, because this market is 3. This first one After 2 months, you have another one. Yeah.
Okay.
So the third one has been demolished already.
Wow.
That has already been demolished. So that's the only challenge we are facing right now.
Wow. That's a big challenge. Okay, now talking about you personally, you said you are the general secretary of this market. Okay, now what is that difficult issue that you have to tackle that for till now, till date? You be like, this is not how I'm supposed to tackle it. What difficult issue that you know that they brought to you and you felt you still remember it till date?
Honestly, no, not like that. I've not met any difficulty since when I was in office. Because our law is there, it's working. So our law is working. So
for how long have you been in this post?
Over 3 years now.
Over 3 years. So over 3 years now, because I've been to other market that they will tell me, oh, whenever they are in a position, they have a particular time, tenure, and some will say no till forever. So now I want to ask you, how many times?
It's 4 years duration.
Wow.
If you're given second time, no problem. If you are not given, you go back to your shop.
So apart from being the general secretary, what else do you do? Do you have a business in this market?
I have my own business.
What do you do, sir?
I'm dealing with pipeline. Yes, that's what I'm selling.
So how do you manage being a leader and also selling, looking out for your business?
It's a partner job. It's a partnership job. My partner is there, so controlling it after I go and meeting.
So what is one thing you like about Owode Iron Market?
What I like most about Owode Market is if you come here with hunger, you will not live with hunger unless you are not straightforward. If you carry poverty, enter this market, so you can exercise your patience very well. You must see capital change in your life. I don't say you are going to pick up a Dangote, but you have a tangible life using. Yes.
So I know you already said this particular market, you guys gather it. It's you people that worked hard for this particular market. So then I want to ask, how do you see the growth of, how do leaders help the marketers or traders working in this market? How do you help them in this market?
Well, this time of a market where you have thousands of people as a member and uncountable thousands of customers, if you don't give them orientation, there must be a problem. So we used to give them orientation. We call general meeting.
Wow.
So in order to make sure that everything go smoothly. So that's what it do.
So I know it's not easy for you to tell me the total number of people that is in this market, that works in this market, but approximately how many head counts do you know you have in this market?
For this market, more than 10,000 people.
10,000 people.
Of course.
So now each people now working as shops that they work. Now this shop, do they pay for it? Is it yearly or how do they do it?
They pay for shop. You know, say I told you we bought this land and we share shop among ourselves. So if you rent shop, you pay to the renter. The only money you pay to the government is what you pay, and we pay only thrice in a year.
So the only money they paid is just thrice in a year
to settle the local government and state.
Yeah.
That's only.
What struck us wasn't just the size of the market, it was how organized everything appeared to be. Despite housing over 10,000 traders, the market runs largely on self-governance. There are 11 market lines, each with its own leadership. Together, they report to the central executive through irregular meetings aimed at resolving disputes and improving the market. Interestingly, according to the leadership, government provides little or no financial support. Instead, traders contribute dues every 4 months, using those funds to maintain sanitation, pay environmental service providers, and manage the day-to-day running of the markets.
My name is Adeni Ajiboye.
Adeni Ajiboye, who are you in this aluminium metal market?
I'm the financial secretary of the market.
Financial secretary, that means you have to do with money.
Yeah.
Okay, now what history can you tell us about Owode market before we move to what you do exactly in the market?
What I can say is that Owode market is a very big market whereby a lot of people are working, and we have, as my leaders also said, we have little children that if we are on holiday period, they will come here to come and learn. So even some who are even grown up ones, like the ones from the university or this, they do come here to come and look what belongs to the type of lecture they are taking. So all those type of things they do come here to come and see.
So
the IT job, so they will come so that they will know the practical part of what they are doing. So what they only helps so many people in this country. So as it is, pertaining to the financial part of which I belong to, what do here, we do know the way we gather money to face our challenges. So that one, we are doing it promptly, that we have no problem between ourselves. As we have said earlier, that we have 11 lines in Owode, which each line has its own chairman and secretary. In Owode, our senior executive members, we are only 4, which is the chairman, which is the president of the market, the general secretary, I, the financial secretary, and the treasurer. That's the 4, that is the federal executive. So apart from that, we have these 11 chairmen. We have 15 committee members. So that is how the house is.
Okay, now talking about the children that comes in to learn, is it that when they come in freely, you just teach them freely, or there are procedure to it whenever you want to come in to learn?
If they are coming, they will come through someone. Maybe the son of one of us here or the daughter. They will use that opportunity to come. So if they come, they will now tell us this is what they are here for. Then we now encourage them to do what we don't collect money from anybody.
Wow. Even IT students.
We don't collect money from anybody.
So just come in, go through the normal process, see them, guide them, put them to the normal place they are supposed to be, and they continue learning.
Yeah,
Okay, now speaking about finance, we know it is not always easy. People are always looking at those that it's always financing money and all of that. And considering how big this market is, I know you've already said you people understand each other and knows how you guys work your thing concerning finance. But has there been any challenges whereby you have issues collecting money? You know, not everybody wants to give you money at that particular time when you request for it. How do you sort that out?
We don't have that type of issue. What makes us not have it is that anything we want to do, we will discuss it in our office there with all the chairman and the committee members. Then after leaving the office there where we discuss, everybody, the old chairman now will take it to their own lines. Getting to their line, they will call their members and had a meeting with them. That's, we want to collect some money. From there, they will now cooperate with their chairman. When they contributed the money from lines, it was the secretaries of the lines that will bring the money to the federal executive, and it will be recorded. So now we know how much we are getting from each line on any donation. So that is how it is.
Okay, now I know the secretary already said the money is always thrice in a year.
Yeah.
So now what money do they collect? Do you collect?
We usually call it quarterly payment. The money is for our expenses. Likewise, our local government, we do pay them every month. But that money that we are collecting for 4 months, that money we'll be using it to pay them monthly. And from there, our PSP, we do pay them from that money. So it was that money that we use for all our expenses. If we say that this place is not looking fine, we have to put robots there, all this, that's the money we are using.
Okay, now you're saying the money is for the growth of the market.
Yes.
Now, the money that is being paid to the local government and PSP, what is it for? Because according to Secretary, he said some people gathered to get this land. So now, what is that money meant for that is being paid to them?
To the
local government?
No, it's the local government charges now for we being here. That is it. There is no, their revenue is collecting money from us. That's the local government revenue that they are earning. So we do pay them every month. Likewise, the PSP. The PSP are the ones packing our robes. So that is it.
So how has it been so far, being the financial secretary?
It's fine because everything is going well.
For how long have you been in this?
I've been 3 years. As of May, been 3 years. So, and our tenure is for 4 years. So by getting to next year, May now, we have to bring our new executive. But normally here, if the government is doing fine, they usually use 8 years. But they will call after that 4 years to say, gather everybody in the market. This, what do you want? Do you want change of government? If they say they want change of government, that tenure will go. But if they said, you people should continue, you continue. After 8 years, you drop it for another person.
So now, apart from being the financial secretary, what do you do in the market?
I'm trading also. I do sell wire mesh. I do sell wire mesh. I bought from the company and sell.
So how do you balance what you do and being a leader that has to do with finance?
Being a leader, my 6, I have boys that are working with me. At least there are about 5 in my shop with me there. So I hand over everything to them. So coming back, when I come back from meeting, I go back to my shop and make my sales.
Have you had any issues with reporting, with money? Maybe you made a mistake. Have you ever made a mistake before?
Nobody that can never make a mistake. But this is my tenure. I will say no mistake like that. But I just believe if someone who has not been making mistake, if you make a mistake once, people will know that this one is just like that. But if that person is not good in accountability, they will be making mistake often.
So what is that thing you like about Owode Onire market?
I like everything in the Owode Onire market because Owode Onire market is very peaceful, whereby you cannot see hoodlums. That is it.
So what are the things you've achieved so far, ever being in this market, working in this market?
I achieved a lot because part of my achievement is by training my children in school, bringing them to the level they want. So, and me myself, my resident, whereby I can build a house of my own, staying there with my family, doing that. All that to me is an achievement.
You walk through line 4, you see welding, grinding, fire, steel, but beyond the iron and machines are people whose life have been shaped by the markets. Some inherited the trade from the parents, others came here as apprentices with nothing but hope. Today, many have become employers themselves. Let's hear from him.
Okay, now which line are we in?
We're in line 4.
Line 4, what do they do in line 4?
We have so many things, we have so many work. Like we now, we are fabricators, we have weather, we have many people, many things we are doing here.
Okay, now what are all these things? Because I can see you guys are working. So what is the name of the thing you are doing?
My own work is actually a fabricator. We have many fabricators, like we have welders, we have burners, we are burners, they call us burners. We use gas, oxygen, needle for cooking. We mix it together to turn it to fire. As you can see there, we use to cut iron.
Okay, now we can see you guys are working on an iron presently. Okay, so what is the final result? What are you getting out?
Exactly. It depends on what you want to use it for. Like building a house now, it requires some iron to make some pillar to stand strong. So we are the one that fabricates it. We do it.
So for how long have you been in business?
Like I'm actually an apprentice. So I've been in this work for like 7 years.
7 years?
Yes.
How did you meet yourself here? What makes you come to Owodonirin to start learning?
Like life after school, you know, to have hand job.
So why do you choose this hand job?
So like it's something I see and I love to know about it. From there, started love it.
How has it been so far?
We appreciate it. Alhamdulillah.
Mention the instruments you used to work so far.
We use gas, oxygen. We use needle for cooking. We use bonitage. We use some wrench, spanner. We use so many things. Hose to connect the gas together, many things.
So did you mold this particular one or you guys got it?
We bought it. That's from China.
So you guys import from China. What other thing do you guys import to?
Many things. Iron like this. But exactly, we are already doing it in Nigeria right now. So these are from Nigeria. Now we have many things.
So now you import from China, then you guys see to it whether you guys can create it here too.
Exactly. I'm Kende Ogutola.
Okay, now what do you do here?
We do what iron blacksmith work.
What is this place known for? What's this section called?
Owode, line 7.
Line 7. What is line 7? What do they do in line 7?
They do metal blacksmith, then they do some of artwork, then they sell wrought iron materials also.
So for how long have you been here?
It's about, let's say, me or everybody new. It's about 30 years now.
30 years?
Because here is my dad's shop. I work with him here.
Okay, so it was your dad that was working here, but now you are the one taking over.
Yes, I'm the one taking over.
So now what can you tell us your experience working here? How has it been so far?
In this Owode, it's very peaceful, and all what we are doing, we didn't have any problem with anybody. Because even when we do work, it's very safe. Then so there's no problem with Owode.
I'm talking about your own experience.
My own experience. This wrought iron blacksmith is a good work that I've been doing for long. I mean, it's for some people, it's not everybody that understands it, but the few people that understand it, they will know the more better about it. But it's a very good work. Even for here, I have some students that they came here to come and do IT here also.
And how has it been so far?
They are doing fine.
Okay, so what do you like about Owodonirin?
Owodonirin is a very peaceful place where everybody, we are unique. We have discipline here because there is no tout. We don't have any give chance for tout at all. So that's why Owodonirin is very good.
What time do you resume? What time do you close?
Yeah, at least they open the gate around 8:30, but majority of us we enter between 9:30 or 10 because of the traffic on the road.
So what time do you go home?
By 5:30, everybody will go home.
So all these aluminium I'm seeing now, is it that whenever your customer comes in to request for it, or you just do them down?
It's when the customer comes for it, we do it because we have different design that everybody wants. It's what everybody needs, we just do for him. So that's the way we do our things.
So who are those that patronize you?
It's welders. We have welders. We have other arts people that they come here. Anything design they want, anyone they want, we do it for them.
What's the challenging thing about this your job?
The challenge is that, you know, sometimes when you collect jobs like that, because of sometimes this thing, materials, it go high sometimes. Then if you don't know the price, you may have a problem. But at least we do some find this before we collected the job.
So I can see you work with water and metal, hammer. Have you had any injury, any casualties?
Yes, we have injuries sometimes, but we have to be very careful. Then we have to be more safety about what we are doing.
How do you protect yourself?
And we use gloves, then we use cover, shoes, then we wear good clothes to save ourselves.
Now let's take a look and enjoy the view of Owode Oniri markets. And today, thousands of livelihoods stand on land. They say they develop with their own hand. They train generations and lots more. A lot of students come here for IT. Young people come here to work and they were given opportunity. Behind every steel gate, every warehouse, every iron bridge, every fabrication workshop, there is a story. And perhaps the next time you drive past Owode Oniri, you won't just see an iron market, you will see a community that turned hardship into opportunity. This is a marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV. Until our next market story, stay curious.
Market like Owode Oniri are more than buying and selling. They are centers of livelihood, as you can see yourself. Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Market Series of In the Marketplace. Do well to subscribe, follow, and comment under the comment section. Which markets will you like me to explore? Till I grace your screen again, I am Elizabeth Abefe. Bye for now.
My people, how una dey? So I don carry another gist from how markets today come. And today where we dey na for Ojodu Beggar. Wetin we wan ask na about thrifted wares, the ones wey dem dey call OK or Kreka. And you know say people no dey too talk about that cloth, that kind business, so because some dey run away from am. We don't know how that business dey go. But today na wetin I carry come for una. So make una join me. Make we go ask people how their business dey go, how people dey react to that business. More dey go. Oga, good afternoon.
You are welcome.
Wetin be your name?
My name is Mr. Remedios Ogwai.
Reminus Ugwai.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Reminus, wetin you dey sell?
We are selling Okrika business.
Okrika business for cloth?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeans.
Okay, so where you dey bring this your Okrika clothes?
We are bringing it from Cotonou. Sometimes we are go Ableba, that is Katangwa.
Okay.
We are bringing it.
From where?
Katangwa or Cotonou.
Okay, so how business dey go?
Well, this time around, business is very bad because of the racism. It's over more than 2 months now. Business, we are not moving fine because of the racism. Sometimes we'll come out, we are not selling anything. Sometimes we'll sell some business.
Okay, so this your jeans now, how much you dey sell per one?
Depend. We have the one of 3,000, we have the one of 5,000 naira, depend the grade of the business, because we have many type of grade. We have a first grade, we have the second grade, we have last grade. Depend the grade.
Okay, so tell me now the price for this year from January to June, how it be?
The price always go up and come down. Now from now to June time, now it's a very higher level, because the Okrika we bought like before, we bought like 3,000-4,000, and now we are set up to 4,000-5,000. So sometimes when we bring in it, we sell 6,000-7,000, and there are no profit for now.
People they wear this Okrika at all.
Of course, because many people they are no longer wear new one because of the Niger situation. Many people buy Okrika now. Most of us now, almost let me say 50% of Niger youth now they are wearing Okrika because of situation of economy. So they are wearing Okrika now.
Okay, so like this now where your business day now, people they locate you for this beggar.
Why? Of course. Many people they are located from all over the beggar, from Akute, Lambe, Abole. So there are many places that come this place to buy Okrika business.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's be your name?
Joshua.
Okay, Mr. Joshua. So, Mr. Joshua, what do they sell for beggar?
Jeans.
Okay, so where you they get the jeans from?
Cotonou.
Cotonou. Cotonou na big place, so.
We run imports now. Imports. We do imports.
Okay, when they do imports.
Yes.
Okay, so how you they sell these jeans?
From like 8K up.
8,000 up.
Yes.
What I see now, show me.
Yeah.
You get grade by grade or all of them now 8,000?
Grade by grade.
Okay, get grade by grade.
Yes, like this one. Something like this.
Okay, this one are 8,000.
Yes.
So how many grades will you get?
Like I get men jeans, boyfriend jeans, palazzo, baggy and all that.
And the prices they different.
Yes.
Okay, so how markets be?
Market they hard though, market tough. But anyhow shall they manage.
So wetin dey cost wey market no dey? Na say people no dey buy or the clothes no good. Na brand new clothes be this?
No, na okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so wetin make market no dey?
Government never pay salary that they don't pay people and all that. I don't just people know too they buy like that.
Okay, so like this now where all these jeans dey now, you get where you dey store am?
Yes, we get packing shop.
Okay, you get packing shop where una dey pack am?
Yes.
Okay, so in a day now, or okay, let's start in a day, how many jeans where you fit sell?
We fit sell reach like 20 pieces if market dey.
But if market no dey?
Maybe like 5, 8.
Okay, so from January till this month, how markets be?
Market sometimes quite they move, sometimes they see bad market they do substantial.
Okay. Oh yeah, now. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma.
So wetin be your name?
My name is Somto.
Okay, Somto. So Somto, wetin you dey sell for beggar?
Okay, I sell jeans, thrifts.
Okay, thrifted.
Yeah, thrifts.
Okay, this thrifted, people dey buy am.
Yeah, people buy. It goes well. People buy. Yeah.
So like how much now? Okay, you get grade by grade where you dey sell?
Yeah, it's different grade. It has grade. It has A, UKA. It has B. It's different grades. So
okay, so
grade 1.
Make I just see the grades where they. You can fit open 1 or 2. Make we see.
Actually, I don't. During the morning time, I don't really bring out the grades like that. It's during the evening time, because like as we are like this now, we're not really stable. We can run at any time. So I bring few markets, which is list of the grade, not the highest grade. Okay. So during the evening time, I bring out the graded ones.
So how much? What's your grades now? Since you know if you bring them out, we feel know the prices.
Okay, it doesn't actually have a specific price, just starting from 10, 8. It depends on if you are going for baggaging. So we have baggaging of 15, 10, 8,000, 7K list. That's for the thrift. But if you are going for normal gin, we have 5,000 for normal gin.
5,000.
That's for normal gin, not baggage. Yeah.
Okay. So where you dey bring your goods from?
Okay, we get bill from Katangwa, Arena, and so.
Okay, another question. Now, how market they go? This
Well, we really can't say it's that good, Sha, but we thank God it's going well, Sha.
So from January till now, how markets be?
It hasn't been easy, but at least we are eating.
So waiting your customers are they complain of anything? This is what you talk say you know they stable, you go come. So you dey face any challenges for this business? So you they do?
Yeah, the challenges are actually no stable price. Understand? The customers are complaining of no stable price, but as long as you are getting good stuffs, there is no issue.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's be your name?
I'm Mr. Romanus.
Okay, Mr. Romanus. So, Mr. Romanus, what do they sell for beggar?
Can see, I'm selling jeans.
Jeans. So, these jeans now, which kind of jeans be this?
This OK jean, first class OK jean. That's what we sell. OK has many classes. We have first class, second class, third class, and fourth class. What we are doing here is basically first class OK jean. Those ones are very quality one and very unique.
Okay, you know when people hear okay thrifted, they go they think say na clothes wey no good. So which challenges where you they face for this business where customers dey?
There's not much challenges based on say it's because of the economic of the country. If you look very well, you will see that there's no business everywhere. The economy of the country is very hard and everybody is facing it. No business that's not facing that challenges now. In aspect of our own business, it's a business that is very, very affordable and it's very unique business that you can do. Okay, everybody here, okay, if you hear okay, people see say maybe it's a cheap common business. It's not a cheap common business. It's an quality stuff. That's why I specified before that OK has classes, first class, second class, third class, and fourth class, and so forth and so on.
Okay, so tell me from the classes where you don't mention, I want make you tell me the prices, the range.
Okay, for you to see first class OK, now you're talking about 10 to 15,000. You see first class OK, quality one that boutique standard. You see it around 10-15,000 naira. Second class you see 7,000, 5,000. Third class you see 3,000, 4,000, and the fourth class you see below 1,700 and 500 naira below. That's their classes.
Okay. So where you they bring this your OK from?
And those are me. Some of them I bring from Cotonou, and we have business in Katangwa. That is where we generally do our business. In Katangwa, in Abulegba, that's where we do our business normally.
Okay, so I want to ask you another question. So as this business be now, when they sell the most? When we say if that season reach market now, fast.
Me and you know that during season time, it's basically December, Christmas time. Everybody would like to change his or her wardrobe. Season time is always on Christmas time. That's the period Christmas business move very well. Everybody sell. Anything you put, you sell. That's the thing.
Okay, so another question be how market today?
So far so good. The day has not run up. We're always here.
It
just start. Yeah, so no time is late. So we cannot say a bad market now because basically in the evening the market may sell. People will come. People coming back from work maybe coming back. Ask, how much is this? You see that sales will start. You can see that all the whole workers, they are still in their offices working. So when they close in the evening, they will come and say how market. The one or two business will be transacted. That is how it is.
So from January till now, I know say yeah, don't go half. How market so far? Because people I just say I like you don't talk the price now. You don't measure. So from January till now, how market they flow?
I cannot tell you. It has not been easy. It has not been easy for all of us here. But by the grace of God, we have been pushing it. Market has not been easy for everybody. It's not only people selling okay. Generally, market has not been easy. We are trying our best, but God, mercy and grace is speaking for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma. You are welcome.
Wetin be your name?
My name is Esther Joshua.
Esther Joshua.
Very good.
Okay, so Madam Esther Joshua, wetin dey sell for beggar?
Okrika dey sell fairly used clothes.
Okay, fairly used clothes, which is okrika.
Yeah.
So where you dey bring am from?
From Abule Egba and Oshodi Arena.
Okay, now where you dey bring your own?
Yes.
So your okrika, e get grade by grade?
Yes.
So which grade? Like how many?
Grade 1 that I sell.
Okay, grade 1. So how much be your grade 1?
My nika, let's say I have 2 grades, sha. The other one is 4,000 naira, while the grade 2 is 2,500.
Okay, so how people they react when they hear about okrika?
Many people know about okrika, sha. Many people know about it.
So it
is the price that makes some people is it not okrika? How are you going to sell it 2,500? Is it not 1,000 naira? Everybody know about okrika, sha.
So how market be so far since January till now?
Well, since June, the market, the sales is very low since the month of June.
And wetin cause make sales dey very low?
I can't say really. I don't know.
Okay, when you dey sell market the most?
December period now. This November, December, and this July, because of school activities, we used to say this July that we enter now.
So these ones now where you sample now your first grade abi the second grade?
My second.
Okay, second grade dey here. Okay, where the first grade them dey? It's where?
It's in the shop.
Okay, your first grade dey shop. Okay.
And first grade too, but for now, I don't have first grade here.
So when people talk say no be okrika, why you go cost like this? How you dey take up? Because true when you look am, you go say no be clothes wey they don't use. How you dey take convince them, make them stay, make them buy?
I used to tell them that it's what I buy from market. That is why I'm selling it like this. Go from market, I buy 2,000 naira. So I have to sell 2,500. Or you are buying 2, I sell 4,500.
Okay, thank you, ma.
You're welcome.
We don't ask plenty questions for beggar and wetin dey talk plenty. People talk say business no dey too go well some talk where they get am, some talk how people dey react because say na okrika abi okay. Anyone wey dey mention just know say na cloth wey they don use before and how people dey react towards am because of the price, how they where they bring am. Na wetin we do for this program today and na the gist wey me I carry come give una. Make una join me for another session of how market today on ConsumerHalla TV, and make una try follow us on our social media platforms so on ConsumerHalla TV. My name na Elizabeth Eze.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello, consumers. You're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Forola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, may go make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market. From the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And that is why at ConsumerHalla TV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikonle AK. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, updates, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5:00 p.m. at ConsumerHallaTV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koporola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Media News on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Now let's begin the media news this afternoon. The National Bureau of Statistics reported on Wednesday yesterday that Nigeria's headline inflation rate got eased marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. The tiny drop of 0.02% from the 15.93% recorded in May marks the first inflation decline after 3 consecutive months of increase. Despite this minor relief, the consumer price index actually rose to 143.0 from May 140.7. This annual decline did not stop staple foods from becoming more expensive for the average consumer. According to the Bureau, month-on-month food prices accelerated due to rising cost of fresh pepper, tomatoes, crayfish, beef, gari, and yam. On a month-on-month basis, general headline inflation slowed to 1.66% in June compared to the 1.75% growth rate recorded in May. And now the National Bureau of Statistics stated that the average price level in June 2026 grew at a slower pace than it did in the preceding month. The current numbers also represent a sharp drop from the 25.29% inflation rate recorded in June 2025. Analysts remain watchful to see if the downward trend will persist amidst a continuous pressure on essential food items. And now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared that Nigeria's economy is making serious foundational progress despite the challenges of his administration's reforms. The president made this assertion during the high-level meeting at the State House in Abuja with a visiting delegation from the Deloitte Africa. During the visit, the leadership of Deloitte Africa commended the Nigerian government for its bold financial and fiscal policies over the last 3 years. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, released a statement on Wednesday detailing the deliberations. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu defended the direction of his policy, comparing the difficult reforms to a bitter but working medicine rather than a quick consumer relationship. The president stated that the ongoing revenue reforms will continue to stimulate economic growth, strengthen the local financial institutions, and make Nigeria more globally competitive. The meeting was also attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Mr. Taiwo Yedele, and the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji. Reflecting on his career, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu noted his personal history with Deloitte, recalling how he caught his childhood accounting teeth with the firm in Chicago. The Chief Executive Officer of the Deloitte Africa, Rueda Redfern, led the delegation and praised the administration's long-term fiscal commitment. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced a complete ban on the exportation of raw cocoa beans from Nigeria in the bid to promote the local processing and industrialization. Speaking at the Cocoa Value Addition Summit 2026 in Abuja, the president stated that Nigeria must stop exporting raw commodities only to import finished chocolate. The new policy directive aim is to capture the full economic value of cocoa create local jobs and attract foreign investment. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, represented the President at the summit team from bean to brand. The President lamented that while Africa produces 70% of global cocoa, it receives only a small fraction of $130 billion global chocolate market. To prove the government's commitment, he highlighted a new 70,000-ton processing facility being built by local investors in Shagamu. Meanwhile, the Nigeria national cocoa grinding capacity has recently crossed 120,000 tons per year, and over 300,000 farming families cultivate cocoa across 1.4 million acres, representing up to 7% of global output. The Bank of Industry has pledged to support this industrial shift by deploying ready capital to fund bankable processing projects across the country. The federal government has renewed its commitment to transforming the aviation sector through safety improvement, infrastructural upgrades, and enhanced passenger experiences. The resolution was announced during the hybrid stakeholders and citizen engagement session held in Abuja. The forum took place at the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority Conference Room to review progress and prioritize ministerial deliverables. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mahmoud Gambari, spoke on behalf of the Minister Festus Keyamo. He stated that the quarterly engagement demonstrates transparency and accountability in implementing the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed Hope agenda. He explained that the session serves as a collaborative platform where operators and citizens are actively shaping the future of the local aerospace industry. Furthermore, the ministry reported a significant progress in modernizing the local airport, improving air navigation system, and promoting the local content. Officials emphasized that aviation remains a critical driver of economic development by facilitating international trade, investment, and tourism. The government urged a continued collaboration between private operators and public regulators to sustain a highly competitive aviation industry. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared 2.55 trillion naira among the 3 tiers of government from June 2026 revenue. The current distribution represents a substantial increase of 250 billion naira from the 2.3 trillion naira shared in May. The allocation highlighted a 10.9% month-on-month rise, and this continued to steadily climb its Federation revenue this year. Director of Press and Public Relations at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Mokwa, confirmed the figures in a statement. The report for the says the shared sum comprised 1.81 trillion naira in statutory revenue and 740.72 billion naira in value-added tax. The gross revenue available for June stood at 4.5 trillion naira before statutory deductions and refunds. The statutory revenue grew significantly during the month, jumping by 1.05 trillion naira from the previous month. And out of the gross revenue, the committee deducted 160.74 billion naira as the cost of collection. The steady rise in monthly distributions since February reflects the growing efficiency of national revenue collection channels. Now let's move to the Apex Bank. We're talking about the Central Bank of Nigeria, as a new report says the Central Bank of Nigeria is likely to raise its benchmark monetary policy rate during the second half of 2026. The Capital Market Economics Professor Uche Uwaleke issued the warning during a macroeconomic review webinar. At this event, he explained that the pre-election spending ahead of the 2027 general elections will increase money supply and trigger liquidity pressures. Professor Uwaleke noted that historical data shows that inflation is always higher in the year preceding a major national election. He warned that a further interest rate hike by the central bank would negatively impact the equity market. The higher interest rate historically redirects capital flows away from stocks and into the higher yielding fixed income market. Meanwhile, the economics pointed out that the decision of the central bank will ultimately depend on the fiscal discipline of the political class. And if money supply remains unchecked, the regulator will have no choice but to tighten the monetary policy. Investors are advised to balance their portfolios in anticipation of potential policy shifts in the financial market. The improved pipeline surveillance has transformed Nigeria's oil sector by boosting crude production, carbon theft, and strengthened the national revenue. Joint security operations in the Niger Delta have successfully reduced pipeline disruptions and secured critical infrastructure. The federal government reliance on structured surveillance contract has received commendations from several industry stakeholders. A key player in this success is the Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, which has deployed high-tech surveillance system to guard all assets. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed the security firm led by our chief government, Ekpempobolo, popularly known as Tompolo, to protect the pipelines. The firm works in collaboration with government security agencies to maintain stability in the oil-producing communities. Supporters of the surveillance model argue that conventional security measures are no longer sufficient to protect critical assets. However, entrusting these duties to organizations with local capacity has allowed Nigeria to drive maximum value from its petroleum resources. The industry observers are now calling for the continuity of the current surveillance framework to sustain national economic growth. A former president of the African Ship Owners Association, Captain Ladi Olubowale, has revealed that foreign fleets still dominate Nigeria's maritime support industry. Olubowale lamented that despite Nigeria being Africa's largest oil producer, foreign vessels handle the bulk of essential shipping services. This imbalance means a huge share of maritime logistics and chartered revenue leaves the local economy. Olubowale, who is also the managing director of CMIT Maritime Integrated Service, explained that offshore energy projects rely entirely on support ships. He said that exporting raw commodities while importing foreign shipping capabilities is an unsustainable economic model. He urged the government to reverse the trend to protect local shipping business. And now the maritime expert pointed out that the ongoing UTM floating liquefied natural gas project should serve as a catalyst for change, as advised that the gas projects be used as an anchor to drive Nigeria's maritime industrial transformation. Olubowale also stressed that building domestic shipping capacity is the only way to retain the offshore logistic revenue locally. And if you're just joining us now, this is the media news on ConsumerHallaTV this afternoon. Moving the news further, the International Chamber of Commerce Nigeria has called for stronger public-private partnerships to unlock trade financing and policy development. The chairman of the chamber, Raymond Iyembe, made the call during the organization's 27th annual general meeting. Iyembe explained that stronger collaboration is essential to building economic bridges that will help local businesses thrive globally. The chairman stated that the chamber remains committed to robust policy advocacy and advances the interests of Nigerian professionals and corporate organizations. He added that the chamber will continue to create platforms for dialogue to shape the future of commerce. The meeting brought together several corporate leaders, trade financiers, and the key industry regulators. The event also featured a guest presentation by the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Pius Ukeima Akuta. Moreover, Dr. Akuta spoke on the theme of shaping the maritime trade as a backbone of international commerce. The session highlighted how efficient port system and trade facilitation directly influence the economic growth of developing nations. The Wema Bank PLC has reinforced its position in Nigeria's financial technology sector by hosting a strategic engagement for fintech partners. The event brought together fintech founders, payment providers, and technology developers to deepen collaboration. The bank aimed to appreciate the trust of its partners and strengthen the infrastructure of digital banking. Speaking at the forum, Wema's Bank Deputy Managing Director Oluwole Ajimisimi described the fintech partners as active collaborators in financial services. Mr. Ajimisimi promised that the bank would continue to provide the reliable infrastructure and innovation needed to fintech for it to scale up. The roundtable allowed partners to share feedback and evaluate new digital finance solutions. And attending the fintech partner commended Wema Bank for creating a collaborative platform to address emerging industry challenges. The bank stated that engagement helped align its product roadmap with evolving needs of the fintech ecosystem. And now the Wema Bank remains committed to building a scalable financial infrastructure to improve digital service delivery nationwide. Nestle Nigeria PLC has empowered 4 young local entrepreneurs with business grant, professional toolkit, and masterclasses to scale their businesses. The empowerment was executed through the company's leading coffee brand, Nescafe, under the National Next Level promo. Over 240,000 consumers participated in the campaign, which ran from April to June 2026. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nestle Nigeria, Wasim LCN, stated that the initiative leaves. Meanwhile, Wasim explained that while the company provides high-quality nutrition, it also strives to create a meaningful value in host communities. And the selected entrepreneur receives specialized training to help build resilient and sustainable businesses. Category lead for coffee at Nestle Nigeria, Jane Perrin Duplan, noted that the promo was designed to reward consumer loyalty. Duplan added that Nescafe understands the hard work of young people pursuing business goals and seeking a better future. And the brand expressed its belief that supporting ambition with the right opportunities lead to a great economic success. And now to the foreign scene, where the wholesale inflation in the United States eased in June 2026 as global energy costs recorded a temporary decline. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the U.S. Producer Price Index for final demand dropped by 0.3% for the month, and this contraction marked the first decline in wholesale prices since August 2025. The decline in inflation was driven by lower energy costs, with wholesale gasoline price dropping by 12%. The prices for diesel, jet fuel, and other petroleum products also registered a significant drop during the month. And despite the positive development, financial analysts warn that the relief may be short-lived as geopolitical tension persists. The global oil prices have remained highly volatile since the U.S.-Israel military strikes targeted Iran, and it triggered retaliatory actions in February 2026. Although a brief ceasefire in June temporarily opened the critical Strait of Hormuz, and the conflict has since resumed. And now the wholesale energy costs have started rising again after U.S. President Donald Trump declared the preliminary truce officially over. Thank you for joining us on the Media News this afternoon. I'm Iri Ayomikunle Ike. Good afternoon.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Consumer Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, you'd be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional at TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumer-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and
helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Imagine this. You walk into a store and the salesperson greets you with the biggest and brightest smile you've seen all week. Welcome, sir. You are in the right place, they say. They answer every question. They offer you different options. They even convince you to buy something you never planned to buy. You make the payment. Yeah, you leave happily. Then, the product develops a fault. Suddenly, everything changes. The warm smile disappears. Your calls go unanswered. Your WhatsApp messages are totally ignored. And we've seen many cases of this countless times. And the person who once called you a valued customer now treats you like an inconvenience. So here is the question. Do businesses only love customers until payment is made? Hello and welcome to Mind the Gap. I am Iremofe Kofurola, and today we are discussing one of the biggest disconnects between brands and their customers. Businesses love selling but neglect after sales service. We've seen cases of this many times whereby we all buy things. I am a consumer, you are a consumer. Every one of us, we consume different things. But when everything goes south, what happens at the end of the day? So to begin with, let us look at the gap. This is Mind the Gap, and we try to talk about many disconnects, many the service that takes place between brands and who they serve, who are the consumers. So let's be honest, selling is exciting. Come on, who wouldn't want to sell? Everybody sells one thing or the other. I sell things, you sell things, we buy things, and it is, it becomes fun when you make a lot of sales. Absolutely. Money comes in, then targets are achieved, everyone celebrates. But the real relationship with the customer doesn't end when payment is made. It is not just when the payment is made, that is when everything ends. No, that is just the beginning of a new chapter, because you want to give that customer, you want them to come back. You don't just want to make one-off sale at a time. You still want to sell to them. So you see all of these cases, and you can see, as just like the picture being displayed on your screen, the woman is happy, everybody is happy. That was just like the scenario I painted earlier on. When you walk into a store, you can see the sales attendants, happy, everybody is smiling, beaming with smile, you're happy. But the real relationship with the customer doesn't end when the payment is made. No, that is not it. In fact, that is where it truly begins. That moment, everything changes, because it's either the person comes back or they never show up again. So you all just have to determine which will happen as a brand. Will the customer come again to get something from you, or after that day everything is gone? So unfortunately, this is where many businesses drop the ball. A customer requests installation, silence happens, they need guidance on how to use the products. Again, you see silence. They discover a defect, silence. It is almost as if businesses are saying, we have collected your money, the rest is your problem. You see many cases of this. It's just as the picture being displayed on your screen right now. There's silence. You could see the frustration. You could see, nobody is answering you any longer. I mean, you've paid the money. The ball is in your court now. And that is the gap we are talking about today. Businesses love to sell. They've sold you the product you need, but they neglect the after-sale care. You need care. You need, to know whatsoever happens after that. All right. So why does this happen when you talk about the after-sale service? You've been sold whatever you need, and at the end of the day, why do many businesses get this wrong? For some, it is just because they believe customer service ends at the point of sale. After everything, at the point of sale, they believe that yes, that is all. Others simply don't have a proper support system. The support system is very important in every business. You just have to have follow-up. But some businesses do not have follow-up, no warranty process, no customer care team, and no accountability. You see this many times. So then there are businesses that spend millions attracting new customers. You see them, they can go on with different campaigns, with different adverts, with so many things that will excite you as a customer. You see this mug, you want to buy the mug. You see everything. Oh, you are happy. They spend millions of naira on their campaigns and adverts, but invest almost nothing in keeping the ones they already have. That is what we see. So think about it today as you are watching this program, as a brand, as a customer, even what is the experience for you as a brand? How much have you invested in your support system, your customer service? What have you done right to ensure that yes, they are properly trained and not just being trained when issues arise? How do they care for the ones you call customer? Because without them, your brand cannot stand, your brand cannot stay. It is not just when they want to provide solution, or probably when they want to collect money from the customer, that is when you see them beaming with smile. Afterwards, what happened at the end of the day? So just think about this. How many promotional messages have you received from a business? Yes, the moment you have a complaint, nobody seems to exist. You know, you keep complaining, you talk about this, nobody's answering you, you are frustrated. Everybody is frustrated. The country is frustrating you, businesses are frustrating, and nobody seems to be listening to your outcry. Then that is not customer service. That is not customer care. Real brands care for their customers because you believe your customers are king. They are everything you could ever think of. Anything positive, because without them, you do not exist. They are the reason you exist as a brand. So it is very important that you look at this. So that is customer collection. Now let us look at the root cause, which is very important. But before we go into this, this discussion is very important. It will be very important that we go on a short break, and when we come back, we look at the root cause. How, as a brand, when you fail or when you neglect after sale service, what happens to your brand and the customers? Go nowhere. This is the Mind the Gap. Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, this is your #1 show, Mind the Gap, where we talk about disconnect, the service, and avoidable gaps between brands and their customers. It's very important that we know that every business loves to sell, every business loves to make money. But what happens when you've made the money and there's a neglect from your own part to the ones you care about? And those are your customers. So let us continue with the conversation today as we look at the root cause of what could happen when brands or businesses neglect customers after sale. So here is what many businesses fail to understand: that a disappointed customer doesn't simply walk away. No, they talk. They do not just talk, they grumble. I'm a customer. See, let's get something here. Yeah, because I've been frustrated many times when I just want to be heard. I just want to make known my grievances. I just want to complain. And just because I trust you as a brand, or just because I trusted you enough to serve the purpose for which I need that particular product, and it could not be served. So what happens at the end of the day? I do not just walk away, I talk about it. And thankfully, it is the age of social media these days. You do not want your customers to be frustrated, because they go on their social media platforms, they talk about it, they talk to it, they talk about it, they tweet about it, they go on Facebook, they go on X, they go on TikTok, make videos about it. Some even make skits about it. They talk about it. And they tell family and friends, because it does not just end on social media platform. They tell people, see, there's something about proximity. People who are very close to you, let them know, oh, this is what have happened. Because you see, imagine the husband who is frustrated, he tells his wife, his spouse gets to know about it. Imagine a friend who is frustrated, you tell your other friends. Imagine a sister who is frustrated, you tell your brother. Imagine a brother who is frustrated, he tells the mom. And if it's a general product that people get to use every time, what do you expect? They keep telling everybody. So they go on social media platform, they tell people close to them. and they leave reviews every now and then. One unresolved complaint can really outdo or undo months or years that you have built your brand. So all those years of marketing, brand building that you've done, if you do not resolve any complaints, trust me, it's going to affect. And the team, you can see the picture displayed on your screen, the team becomes frustrated, just the same way your customer was frustrated and was left with no option than to go complain and make a very bad review about your product. So your marketing team, your brand, your PR team, whosoever is involved at this point in time, they become frustrated as well, because if that one unresolved complaint had been attended to, it wouldn't have led to all of these things. So on the other hand, let us look at it. Let's flip it this time around also. A business that responds promptly. Now let us flip it and let's see. Let's consider a business that responds swiftly. They swing into action. Once there's a complaint, they ensure that they look into it. That business admits its mistake and resolve issues professionally. It's not just all about admitting the mistake, but you are able to resolve whatever the issue is professionally. Such brand builds something that money cannot easily buy. And what is that? In trust. Because I may complain, you see, the human is happy. Everybody is happy again. It is not just when I want to buy. There is complaints, I've lodged my complaints, and you look into it, and trust me, I'll trust you. I'll trust you once again, over and again. I'll always want to pick your brand. And that is, trust for you. Trust is what turns one-time buyer into loyal customer. So the question I'm asking you today, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur who wants to make sales, how well do you treat your customer after sale? After you've sold your products, after the sale, what happens next? So let us now mind the gap, because it's very important. So how do businesses bridge this gap? The answer is just something very simple. It's actually quite simple, because you don't disappear after the sale. After you've made the sale, you don't just disappear. You follow up with your customers. It is very important you get to follow up with them. Whatever it is, sometimes I used to know a particular brand, even after you've bought from them, you have no complaints. They'll call you and they'll tell you, one thing, good afternoon, thank you once again for your patronage. We appreciate you. We look forward to you coming back to, buying from us. I have no complaints, but they still call to appreciate my patronage. That shows to you that, yes, they truly appreciate you, and trust is built. In the process, if trust is built, what happens if I have any issues? I would freely walk up to them, and thankfully, if they're able to resolve it. The same way, one thing you do not get to know as brands is that the same way I can give you a bad review, I can give you a good review. The same way I talk about your products or service in a very negative way to my friends or my family, the same way I can, sing of your praise to whosoever I want to, because your service or product has served me right. So how well are you bridging this gap? So you have to follow up with your customers, which is very important. Ask if the product is working as expected. When you call your customer service, when they call, what do they do? The response, it matters. So respond when concerns are raised. What are their concerns? Just respond to it. And if you have made a mistake, own it. Yes, you made a mistake. Sometimes unforeseen circumstances happen. Just own it. Customers don't expect perfection, they expect responsibility. So you have to respond. It is something you have to do. So sometimes a sincere apology and a genuine effort can solve a problem, and that is all it takes to transform an unhappy customer into a loyal brand ambassador. You don't have to pay such people, trust me. And those are the people that really matter. Remember this. People may forget your advert, they may forget your discount, but they will never forget how you made them feel when something went wrong. So here's my challenge to every business owner watching today. Ask yourself, or you that work as a customer service agent, ask these questions. What happens to my customer after payment? See, if you work with a brand, you are the first contact as a customer representative. They are your customers. Because at the end of the day, without them, no bills will be paid, no salary will be paid. So what is happening? What happens to my customer? Then, because that is where your brand reputation is truly built. And if a customer, and as a customer, personally, I would love to hear from you. I want to hear of your experience. What is the best or worst after sale experience you have ever had? Share your experience in the comments and let's continue the conversation, because the conversation doesn't end. It's all about bridging the gap every now and then. If you have not subscribed across our social media platform, this is really an opportunity for you to do so. Across Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. You would not want to miss any of our updates when it comes to news and other programs. As business owners, let us think about this together. It is very important. It is something that we all need. It is our collective responsibility as a brand, as a customer representative, as anyone associated with any brand. It is all that is expected of us to show concern when it comes to after sale. It is very important, because we had to look into this today. We've seen many cases of brands that neglect their customers. I am Iremofe Koforola, and this has been Mind the Gap, where we identify the disconnect between brands and the customers whom they serve, and also we explore practical ways to bridge these gaps. Until next time, keep asking the right questions, stay informed, and always mind the gap. Bye for now.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to your favorite consumer awareness show on ConsumerHallaTV. This is Consumer Watchdog, the program where we protect consumers by examining the real-life cases and helping Nigerians understand their right under the law. Today, we're looking at a viral case involving a landlord-tenant dispute that escalated into an alleged assault after a tenant demanded of a refund of poor services. That's a whole lot to talk about today on the show this beautiful morning. I am Iri Ayomikunle AK. But before we proceed, let's give you some consumer stories. The consumer-oriented news in Nigeria is currently dominated by inflation, electricity tariff, metering, telecom service costs, and cooking gas hoarding. The regulatory bodies are intensifying crackdowns on businesses to protect citizens from unfair pricing and exploitation. The key development and top stories include, let's begin the news now, talking about electricity and smart metering. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) approved 21 billion for distribution companies to meter customers and phase out estimated billing. Meanwhile, consumer groups are actively demanding compensation for persistent power supply failures. Away from that, let's move to telecom tariff and network quality. And about that, following an estimated 9 trillion naira spent by Nigerians on airtime and data, consumer advocates are pushing telecommunication companies to improve poor network quality. And the FCCPC is also stepping up efforts to boost competition in the airtime and fintech lending space. Let's turn our attention away from that. Now let's focus on cooking gas and food cost. The headline inflation remains a major concern, with food inflation persistently high. In response, the government has launched crackdowns on the hoarding and diversion of liquefied petroleum gas to stabilize prices for households. And now the price gauging crackdown. Talking about that, the FCCPC has warned traders and market associations across the country against price fixing and exploitation, urging citizens to report retailers who arbitrarily hike prices or inflate basic commodities. And now let's talk about aviation rights. Nigerian aviation authorities continue to monitor airlines, with bodies like LASCOPA recovering millions of naira in refunds for consumers following flight disruptions. Away from that news report, let's move into a day conversation as we discuss consumer right violations under the FCCPC Act 2018. Absolutely, if you're just joining us on the show, you're not too late. Find a palatable chair to sit on. We'll be right back. Let's take a minute break. All right, thank you for still staying with us. Just like we said earlier on, our conversation on the table this morning is about consumer right violations under the FCCPC Act 2018. And about that, there is a video that we have to play to you before we move into the body of the conversation.
Try him.
If you
Try
don't
him.
take
Try
many
him.
pictures,
Try him.
if you don't send me any pictures, smart that one.
Try him.
Why you snap me?
Try him.
Why you snap me? Why you snap me?
Try him. You see
What
ball.
nonsense?
You see ball.
You don't have respect.
You see ball.
You don't have respect. Bring your things out and collect your transfer and leave.
She's harassing me. She wanted to fight me now.
Look at this one.
Is this the security guy?
Bring your money.
You saw she wanted to
I'll
slap.
slap that phone now.
Okay.
You're not gonna like me. You're not gonna like me. Touch me.
Alright, that's a viral video circulating on social media which sparked a widespread debate about consumer right, landlord responsibilities and the limit of self-help eviction in Nigeria. And the video allegedly shows a landlady physically confronting and threatening a male tenant after he requested a refund for services he claimed were not being provided as agreed. According to the tenant, he had repeatedly complained about poor services, including basic amenities he believed were covered by his rent. And rather than resolving the dispute, he alleges that the landlady attempted to forcefully evict him without refunding any part of his payment. And now the incident raises important questions. Is a tenant a consumer under Nigerian law? And can a landlord be held accountable for poor services? And does assaulting a tenant amount to violation of consumer right? And what protection does the FCCPC Act 2018 provide? And alongside, how should Nigerians respond when dispute with landlords become hostile or violent? And absolutely, many Nigerians face similar situations, but often do not know where the law stands or where to seek help. And joining us on this conversation this beautiful morning to share more light, we have a legal practitioner. And we are joined in the studio by Barrister Uzoigwe Chukwukamuma. It's a pleasure to have you on board, Barrister. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You know, my prayers are answered. Talking about the name, the pronunciation, I'm just praying that God let me get it right, and absolutely I got it right. Thank you so much for joining us. And now I hope you're good.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, good. Now let's move into the conversation. Talking about this issue that we have on board. It's so sad that this is 2026 and a lot of people are still experiencing such scenario despite the reforms, the rule and the law the government have made, talking about tenancy law in Nigeria. But to begin with, to help viewers understand the foundation of the discussion, does the FCCPC Act 2018 legally recognize housing or rental accommodation as a consumer service? Let's begin our conversation from that this morning.
So first of all, it's important, for the viewers to first of all understand what is the FCCPC Act, right? The FCCPC Act is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. It is the primary Nigerian statute governing consumer rights and market competition. This was enacted in 2018, and the essence of this is to promote fair, efficient and competitive markets by eliminating monopolies in the market and establishing and protecting customers from unsafe products and deceptive business practices. Now, one thing to also note is that this act, established two regulatory bodies. That's the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, and the Competition and Consumer Protection Tribunal, CCPT. Now, to your question, does this act legally recognize housing or rental accommodation as a consumer service? This act doesn't expressly recognize housing, right, or rental accommodation as consumer service. But however, its broad language in section 2 of the act on commercial activities gives room for us to include housing and rental accommodation in it. Do you understand? Section 2 of the act defines what the scope of the operation is as to commercial activities. The act applies to all undertakings and all commercial activities within or having effect within Nigeria, including all commercial activities aimed at making profit and geared towards the satisfaction of demand from the public. So this is a very wide net. So even if it doesn't expressly state, which is something within the law, sometimes there are rules, there are provisions, there are statutes that might not expressly state a particular thing, but it's wide enough to couch a whole lot of things within it.
That's good. Barrister, this is a very realistic conversation because a lot of Nigerians are passing through this ordeal somewhere, and you know they do not have much awareness and enlightenment. So there is need to have this conversation so that they can know their rightfully. And welcome to Nigeria, where many landlords collect payments for services such as water supply, electricity, and a lot more security or estate maintenance. So if those services are not provided, does the tenant have a legal right to demand compensation or a partial refund?
First, I think I'll first of all answer this question in 2 ways.
All right.
Right. First, it's important that tenants or consumers, especially tenants, because now we're talking about landlord-tenant relationship. It's important they understand or they know certain rights they have, right? And these rights are covered not only with FCCPC but state tenancy laws to, show the rights that tenants have. Tenants have right to privacy. From the video we've seen there, that's basically a violation of that tenant's rights to privacy and peaceful living. Do you understand? Because during the pendency of the tenancy, the tenants should have undisturbed possession of the said property or the said housing or the said accommodation. So coming into my property without my express permission is a violation to my rights to privacy and rights to peaceful enjoyment of the property which I have right of possession over. Do you understand? They have right to comfortable living environment, right to challenge unlawful rent increases, right to demand repairs, right to demand maintenance. They have a whole lot of rights. But coming to the second half of your question, where you spoke about refund, right? That's a very I don't want to use the word dicey, but there's an angle to it. Now, there's something called caution fee, right? That is a fee that is paid when you want to, usually in Nigeria, when you want to rent the property, they tell you to pay a caution fee. They will tell you this caution fee is what will be used to, work on the property or bring the property back to its original state when you leave. Do you understand? If your tenancy has been determined and you haven't damaged the property, the only damage that is there is reasonable damage that would obviously come with using the property, but there's no structural damage to the property. You have a right to, ask of relief for a refund of your caution fee, or your caution fee or deposit as it's called. But a refund outside that is contestable. It can be contested. Tenancy agreements or tenancy relations are dictated by the agreement. Right? They are dictated by the agreement. The what you can demand and what you are expected to get are written in the said agreement. And that's why it's important that before signing any agreement, you have your lawyer look through it. You get, because you are bound by what you sign. So if except it is expressly stated that refund of all other things except for caution fee. Take for example, you made payments for this, you made payments for that, you made payments for this and that. Except it is expressly stated in the said tenancy agreement. It's not something that you can easily ask for, although you can be compensated. But we'll get to that following question.
All right, that's very, very interesting. And Barrister, to look into the issue of this co-tenant and the landlady that happened and went viral, we could see obviously that the tenant was, recording the landlady when the landlady was kind of harassing tenant. So talking about that, is it lawful for a tenant to record landlady when facing this kind of harassment?
So people would usually say, you recording me goes against my rights to privacy. That's the usual word around town. I have a right to privacy, or you cannot record me. But there's something non-lawyers don't know. To every general rule is an exception, right? And your human right is not absolute. It is absolute until the point it affects others. Do you understand? It's absolutely up to the point that affects others. So I'll first start with the Constitution. Section 37 provides for certain conditions, right, to which this right can be kind of, will I say, managed, right? Like I said, it's not absolute. Do you understand? And number one is you can record another person in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, or public health, and or for the purpose of protecting the right and freedom of other persons. Do you understand? So, in that situation, in the interest of defense, I'm defending myself, right? Defending myself, and that's the only means by which I can prove to the court in a situation where this matter moves to court that this happened, because it's your word against mine. Do you understand? And then even going down to the NDPC Act, and the NDPC Act is the major statutes that controls privacy in Nigeria. Is the Nigerian Data Privacy Commission, right? The act. You can video or make videos of another person, right, when it is necessary for the establishment, exercise, or defense of legal claim, whether in court proceedings or in an administrative or out of court procedure. So where it is necessary that I make a video for you to exercise or defense or basically to help my legal claim, then yes, I'm within my rights to make a video of it. So yes, in this situation, right, between the tenant and the landlord, if his intention is to make that video to, help his legal claim in a suit for assault or whatever he wants to bring up that suit for, yes, he's within his rights to make said video, even though inherently the woman has a right to her privacy, right? She has a right to not be recorded if she wishes not to be recorded. But like I said, it's not absolute, and to every general rule there are exceptions.
All right, interesting. Now let's do major attention on the video that circulated before we move away from that aspect completely, because Barrister, if you agree with me, you believe that about that video, a lot of things are not so right about the video. I'm talking about that under the section 116 of the FCCPC Act. Could such conduct be considered unfair, unreasonable, and unjust treatment of a consumer? Because the video allegedly shows, harassment and physical aggression.
So yes, such actions, taken by the landlady in this case can be seen as such. What you said. It's important to know the FCCPC controls relationship between consumer and producers, customer and sellers, and in that case, it has a jurisdiction over the actions of the landlady to the tenant, right? And I brought it under two subtopics, right? On conscionable conduct, that's knowingly taking advantage of a consumer's physical, mental disability, illiteracy, ignorance, or inability to understand contract language. Basically, what I'm just trying to say is when you are knowingly taking advantage, in this case, she's a woman, right? And physically assaulting, the moment you touch her, the story changes. You beat a woman, that's unfair advantage, and using oppression to enforce your idea or oppression to enforce your motion on the person, that's unfair treatment by the landlady.
All right, Barrister, I'm so glad you made mention of the NDCPC earlier on, because this is a consumer awareness show whereby we educate and inform consumers about it. So talking about NDCPC, let's briefly major attention on it right now before we move away. What does it stand for, just for awareness?
The NDCPC, I think you can also confirm, is Nigerian Data Protection. Okay. And they are the ones in charge of, how we handle our what happens. I mean data is not just video. Anything that has data, your name, the forms you fill, a whole lot of things that have to do about you, right? And your data. They are the ones in charge of handling it, supervising it. They create rules as to how it can be distributed. Everything that has to do with data of persons living within Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much for that. Many Nigerians still believe that landlord can evict tenant, unlawfully. And so what is the legal, is that a recognized legal procedure under the law for evicting a tenant in Nigeria, or is there ever a circumstance where self-eviction is lawful?
I think I will start with self-help, right? And I want to bring out some cases to help us understand it.
Okay.
So first off, self-help is not encouraged in the Nigerian legal system, right? Especially when it comes to eviction of tenants. And I'll show you some cases to help explain that. You can look up NSC Nigeria Limited versus Innis Palmer, right? And the honorable judge said this on, the propriety of landlords resorting to self-help in ejecting tenants. He said, a landlord has not the right to invade premises in the occupation of a tenant, unilaterally enters into the premises of his tenant and take possession of the property or goods of the tenant. He has committed an act of trespass. The only avenue open to a landlord who has a recalcitrant tenant is to seek for redress in a competent court of law to take possession or possession of the property. This basically says no self-help, right? And once you engage in self-help, it is seen as trespass. Do you understand? Because like I said earlier, the tenant has possessory rights over the property, and during the pendency of his tenancy, you cannot go against that right. So coming into this property without his express permission is trespass. Do you understand? Also, in Edom versus Provost, the justice of the Court of Appeal says that the appellant, I'm going to quote what he says here, the appellants are in physical and peaceful possession of the land in dispute, and the respondents would have gone to court to seek an order to eject them from the land in dispute. It is wrong for them to have resorted to self-help, which is a sort of jungle justice and must be discouraged or condemned by the court in a very clear and unequivocal terms. It also made mention moving forward that the respondents have failed to seek a due process of law in ejecting the appellants from the land in which they have been in peaceful and exclusive possession, but rather resorted to self-help, which was followed by physical entry in the land in dispute, and therefore they are trespassers and liable to pay for damages suffered by the appellant resulting from the action. Basically, what happened here is, the landlords forced their way into the tenant's property and try to evacuate them by themselves. Self-help, similar to what this lady was doing. Leave my property, I'm throwing your stuff outside, I'm throwing your load outside, find somewhere else to go. What the court is saying is this is wrong and this should not be encouraged. There are procedures with which you can evict a tenant from your property. There are laid down procedures by law for peaceful eviction of tenants from your property. And the moment you do not follow those provisions, you've resorted to self-help, and the court frowns on self-help. Lastly, on self-help, because in law it's important to use cases to back up your claims. It also helps the people understand the ingredients of these things. In Iheanacho versus Uzuchukwu, the Court of Appeal also said on the consequence of landlord resorting to self-help in a bid to recover the possession of premises. It said where a landlord fails or ignores to obtain an appropriate order of court for possession after due hearing or enters the premises and takes same without the said order of court, the landlord has evaded and committed an infraction on the right of the tenant and renders himself liable in trespass. In other words, resort to self-help by a landlord in a bid to recover the premises occupied by his tenant, who is a lawful occupant, does not come with the purview of the provision of the law. Do you understand? In this instant case, the appellant, instead of filing an appropriate court action for recovery of possession of the premises from the respondent, resorted to self-help. We're all saying the same thing. The court frowns on this. Do you understand? Now, landlords might be asking, what is the appropriate way to, evict tenant from my property, or like we call it in law, recover my property, recovery of premises? Splinters Limited versus Oasis Finance, explains this. There's a method to the madness, like I like to call it. And I would quote exactly from the judge in the said case. A landlord desiring to recover possession of premises led to a tenant shall, 1, first, unless the tenancy has expired, determine the tenancy by serving on the tenant an appropriate notice to quit. Let's dwell on that for a minute. First, unless the tenancy has expired, meaning at this point the tenancy is still subsisting, you are to determine the said tenancy. That when we say determine, end that tenancy by serving the tenant an appropriate notice to quit. What this means is, at the end of our tenancy, or at the end of this notice to quit, I wish not to renew our tenancy agreement. Now, there's how will I explain it now? There are different types of tenancy, and different types of tenancy comes with the appropriate time period for a notice to quit. 1 year, a yearly tenancy is 6 months. Quarterly tenancy, 3 months. Monthly tenancy, 1 month. Do you understand? So it's expected that before the determination of the tenancy agreement, that is the initial, let's say 1 year, before that 1 year expires, you have to serve on your tenant a notice to quit, letting you know that, okay, I do not wish to renew this tenancy. Now, when that notice to quit expires, you then serve on the tenant 7 days notice of intention to recover premises. Do you understand? So after the notice to quit, you serve on the tenant 7 days notice of intention to recover premises. Now, in some cases, which rarely happens, in a world where the tenancy has expired, right, you didn't serve notice to quit, because at the end of the day, realistically, it's not compulsory to hand out a notice to quit. Do you understand? Because notice to quit, don't forget, comes while my tenancy is still on. But in a world where your tenancy has expired and you no longer wish for the tenants to reside in your premises, for some reason you want your premises back, you are to serve on the tenant 7 days notice of intention to recover premises. After that, you then file an action in court for recovery of premises. If you've not done these things, you can't even have a case in court for recovery of premises. The court lacks jurisdiction to hear that matter, but that's on a different conversation. Do you understand? So these are the steps for any landlord who intends to, get his premises back, recover his premises back from the tenant. He doesn't want the tenant to stay on his property again. You serve a notice to quit. 7 days notice. After the notice to quit has expired, 7 days notice of owner's intention to recover premises. Then you go to court. You go to court, get an order or something, bring up a suit for recovery of premises, and then the court will reject the tenant out of your property. But usually this happens for tenants that are stubborn. Usually once the landlord has given you a notice to quit, you already know that, okay, it's time for me to start packing up
out of the premises.
Getting somewhere else.
All right, Barrister, you've given a lot of information right there, and we still have 1 or 2 to talk about on the conversation this morning. And if you're just joining us, absolutely, you're not too late. We are talking about consumer right violations under the SCPC Act 2018, and we have Barrister in the studio, Chukwukamuma. Yes, I guess I'm right with the pronunciation right there. Right. Yes, sharing more light on the conversation. But before we move to the second half of this conversation this beautiful morning, let's go on a short break. All right, thank you for still staying with us. It's your favorite consumer awareness show on your favorite TV channel. This is Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV, where we advocate for consumer right and protection. And on the table, we've been having a conversation that is very, very potent, and it's major on consumer right violations under the SCPC Act 2018. And we have a barrister who has been shedding light and giving us, a well-detailed analysis Uzogwe Chuku Kamuma. We have him in the studio. Now, Barrister, before we proceed towards the end of the conversation, this incident become viral on social media. So from a legal perspective, does widespread public attention strengthen a victim case by preserving evidence?
It doesn't strengthen it, it doesn't weaken it, do you understand? And I don't see widespread attention as a means of preserving evidence. There are ways with which evidence are brought to court, and there's the way by which it is brought to court determines the weight of the evidence, do you understand? How is it brought? Who brought it? Do you understand? Those are the things the court will consider as regards the evidence. So it being widespread doesn't necessarily strengthen it or weaken it. What it does is it just brings more attention to it. And now I believe in cases like this, the court now, handles matters like this more delicately. But that doesn't mean it handles it outside the purview of the law, because there are ways by which matters like this are handled. There are rules. I won't say it strengthens the case. I won't also say it weakens the case. But I believe if you have a good case, you have a good case, regardless of whether it goes viral or not.
This issue has been something that has been for a very long time. It's not just starting now, and there have been a whole lot of awareness, a whole lot of education and information about it. But with what is happening right now, this issue seems not, to stop anytime soon. So about that, in 30 seconds, what are the 3 most important things every tenant should do immediately if a landlord becomes violent after a complaint or a fund request, in order to protect consumer rights and protection?
So first, on the issue of violence, the most important thing to do is file a police report. Immediately there's any sign of violence, any threat of violence, any act of violence, file a police report. Right? Then, even before that, it's important, like I said earlier at the beginning of this interview, do not sign any documents without the presence of your lawyer or without your lawyer inspecting through it, because you are bound by what you sign. Do you understand? And then thirdly, you have the court. It's the place of hope for the common man. Go to court. Go to court. As long as you have your proof, you have your receipt, you have your agreement, you have, whatever you are trying to prove in court, you have proof of it. If you are saying, oh, okay, I'm requesting a refund, because let's not forget, in situations, in tenancy agreements, right, there are things the landlord ought to fix. There are things the tenant ought to fix. When it comes to structural damages, it's the landlord's duty to fix it. So imagine, let's take a situation where there's a structural damage. You've informed the landlord about it. He has refused to fix it, but it's affecting your living conditions, and then you choose to fix it. Do you understand? You can request a refund of the money spent on that. If the landlord refuses to quote and unquote refund you, you can institute a claim in court, for you to be compensated back. So yeah, these are the 3 things. In cases of physical abuse or assault, a police report first of all. Before signing that tenancy agreement, get a lawyer to look through it. If you don't have a lawyer, look through it by yourself. Do you understand? The internet now has answers to a whole lot of questions, but just don't blindly sign documents. And then, you have the court to get redress for anything with which you want to get redress for.
In shedding more light about what you said, I'm so glad that you just made an awareness that, where everything is not right, they should proceed to court as far as they have their receipts, their documentation, videos, and all of that to prove that, okay, this thing is legal, I'm not framing it up. So looking at the bigger picture, both FCCPC Act and the state tenancy law apply. Which framework currently provides stronger protection for tenants in Nigeria?
So, those 2 laws you mentioned are 2 separate things.
Okay.
And they cover 2 separate aspects. In terms of tenancy-landlord relationship, the state tenancy laws supersede. They have everything, that is, it's the law that controls tenancy-landlord relationships in Nigeria, the state tenancy laws. But when you talk about the FCCPC Act, it controls the relationship between, like I said, consumer producer. So now let's say a landlord promises something and doesn't live up to that promise. You can bring the FCCPC Act can work. Let's say a situation where you are being forced to adhere to an agreement or something. FCCPC Act can work. I think recently the FCCPC gave an administrative judgment, or basically pronounced a fine on some estate agencies who promised consumers or customers houses, collected money from them and didn't give them. Yeah, FCCPC comes in issues like that, issues that revolve around the relationship between, in this case now, the landlord and tenant, because it is there to protect the consumers. But anything that has to expressly go into, for example, right of eviction, do you understand what we just spoke about? The tenant's, the landlord's right of eviction, or how was I evicted from my property? Do you understand? Right to recover premises. Those fall under the purview or under the jurisdiction of state tenancy laws. And as we all know, state tenancy laws differ from state to state. Yeah.
All right, interesting. When we're talking about consumer barrister, two parties are being involved. The person that receives, the service, and the person that
gives out the service.
So, should landlord be classified more as a service provider under consumer protection law in Nigeria?
Yes, landlords are service providers. Do you understand? Landlords are service providers. They should be classified as service providers under, or I believe they should be classified as service providers under the consumer laws in Nigeria.
So what common mistake do tenants make that weaken otherwise the strong legal cases?
Common mistakes tenants make. Back to the basics, the most common mistake you can make is signing an agreement you have no understanding about. Do you understand? Signing an agreement you have no understanding about. Another common mistake tenants make is staying in a property outside the time limits. I've served you notice to quit, I've served you 7 days notice of intention to recover premise, and you are still on the property. Then you are a trespasser, because you no longer have right of possession or any tenancy rights at all on that property. So those are the two common mistakes tenants make. And then another thing is not like back to what I said, when if you've made payment, keep those proof of payment for structural repairs you've done on your property. Not having those would weaken your case, because at the end of the day, he who asserts must prove. If you are coming to court to say, I fixed the roof is a structural repair, or I fixed the wall and you are not the one that broke the wall, or I did this or I did that. If you cannot prove it, your case is weak. It's not like you have a bad case, but it's weak. Another thing too is inspecting properties. The idea is, if you take a property, if you take possession of a property, if you pay rent for a property, you have agreed to the fact that that property is habitable for you. You cannot come back and say the property is not habitable for you, except maybe obviously now during the pendency of your tenancy, things happen beyond your control that brings the property to a situation where it's not habitable for you. But the mere payment of that rent, you've accepted that, okay, yeah, the property is habitable for you, so for me rather. So do your inspection, read your agreement. I've seen shitty agreements. And landlords too, please, can I say this on air?
Absolutely.
Don't go to cyber cafe to get agreements. Hire a lawyer. Do you understand? Get proper agreements. Because in tenancy agreements, there are things called covenants. And it's those covenants that bind the both of you. Landlords have rights as well as tenants have rights. Do you understand? So let's get agreements. Say, tenant, read your agreements. And once your landlord says he wants his property back, he has given you notice to quit, 7 days owner's intention to recover premises, leave. Because anything outside that, you're a trespasser.
All right, that's interesting. But before we end the conversation finally this morning, Barrister, I believe we need to look into the cause of these issues, because tenancy dispute is a whole lot is happening so frequent in Nigeria. So now to filter things, do you think this issue is being caused by the the how expensive house rent is in Nigeria, and do you think that is one thing that is giving the landlord, when I say power or ego to to be very, very assertive and handle their tenant roughly? Let's look into this briefly before we end the conversation.
So I do not think these issues come as a result of the high cost of rental in Nigeria. I mean, that's another topic on its own.
Okay.
The living cost in Nigeria is extremely inflated, is high. I just feel like these issues come as a result of, one, the tenants don't know their rights, and two, it's just poor human relations. Because for every bad landlord out there, there are still good landlords. Do you understand? The fact that the woman slapped the man is not even, there's no quote unquote law we can say cause that. It's just poor human relations. Do you understand? Because there was no point. You could have as well said what you said without any form of assault or violence. Do you understand? So I just feel like the cost of rental is not one of the issues or one of the reasons why a landlord should. Because I mean, if it's the cost of rent, then I, the tenant, should be the one causing the issues now, because I'm the one paying the rent. The landlord is the one receiving. But certain landlords, poor character, do you understand? Bad customer service. It goes back to FCCPC. Bad customer service and just poor attitude. Another thing too, tenants don't know their rights as a tenant. You get?
Thank you so much, Barrister Uzoigwe, for bringing your top-notch knowledge into this conversation, and stopping. I think I would start from where you stopped about consumers knowing their right, because it gave me joy when I see consumers knowing their right. And I think this is 2026, not 1996, not 2006. We should know our right. Thank you so much, Barrister Uzoigwe, for joining us on the conversation. It's been a pleasure, and we hope to see more of you on this conversation.
Thank you
so much. That's our guest on the show this beautiful morning, Barrister Uzoigwe, joining us on the conversation. Consumer rights do not end at supermarkets, banks, or telecom companies. They also extend to service connected to housing and everyday living. Whether you are a landlord or a tenant, disputes should always be resolved through lawful channels and never through violence, intimidation, or self-help. And that is it on Consumer Watchdog this beautiful morning. If you just joining, please go grab a full watch via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Go to our playlist, you see Consumer Watchdog there. You saw the latest episode, and grab a full watch and share and tell a lot, tell a friend to tell a friend about consumer awareness, about tenancy dispute in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on Consumer Watchdog. I am Ire Ayomikole, AK. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Real Estate Today, your trusted source for the latest developments in Nigerian's housing and property sector. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on the show once again this week. I am Irimofe Koforola. It's always good to be on Real Estate Today.
It's always a pleasure having you on board, partner.
Yeah.
Okay, we already know what is real estate today without giving you the trending news happening around it. So now let's take a look at the real estate news. Nigeria's real estate sector has been valued at approximately $2.60 trillion, according to a new industry report underscoring the sector's growing role in the nation's economy. The report says sustained urbanization, population growth, increasing demand for residential and commercial properties, and continued investment in infrastructure have been contributed to the sector expansion, despite prevailing economic challenges. Industry stakeholders, however, noted that rising construction costs, limited mortgage financing, and the shortage of affordable housing continue to hinder access to home ownership for many Nigerians. Nigerian real estate market is projected to witness uneven growth as the country gradually moves toward the next election cycle. So, according to the market outlook published by The Guardian, investors are expected to become more selective with stronger demand in established property corridors, while areas facing political and economic uncertainty may experience slower growth. The reports note that infrastructure development and urban expansion will continue to support property markets in key locations such as Lagos and Abuja. A new housing report has revealed that many Lagos residents are paying significantly higher rent while receiving less value in terms of housing quality and living space. The report attributes the trend to inflation, rising construction costs, limited housing supply, and increasing demand, which continue to push rental prices upward across many parts of the state. Housing experts warn that unless affordable housing delivery improve, more households could be priced out of desirable neighborhoods. Lastly on the list, real estate stakeholders have expressed concern over the Lagos State Government's revised 2026 fair market value, popularly known as the Blue Book, following significant increase in statutory land transaction charges. The revised valuation affects fee paid for governor's consent, land registration, and other property-related transactions. While the state government says the review aligns land values with current market realities, developers and estate professionals warn that the higher costs could discourage investments and eventually translate into higher property prices and rents.
Wow. I love to talk about the world of real estate development and so many issues in relation to rent and all that. It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. All right, so that's why we say it's not easy to be in Lagos.
Yeah, it is not.
All right, so let's move into some fast-paced information for you that you need to know today. Because Nigeria's real estate sector is evolving beyond the traditional mindset of simply buying and holding land. With urbanization, rising housing demand, and increasing climate concerns, industry stakeholders are calling for developments that are not only profitable but also sustainable and resilient.
In March 2026, stakeholders led by the Green Building Council Nigeria began developing a national decarbonization and resilience roadmap for Nigeria's building and construction sector. The initiative aims to guide how future buildings are planned, designed, and delivered, so they are more climate resilient, resource efficient, and better suited to Nigeria's long-term development needs.
That momentum has continued in June 2026 as the built environment professionals launched the construction project Green Card, Nigeria's indigenous green building rating system designed to encourage better standards in energy efficiency, water management, material selection, and elder buildings.
Beyond sustainability, industry expert says today's investor must also pay close attention to due diligence, market research, and choosing a credible developers. As more Nigerians turn to real estate as a wealth building strategy, the focus is shifting from simply owning a land to making informed and sustainable investment decisions.
So the question is, how can Nigerians build wealth? True real estate while avoiding costly mistakes and preparing for the future. That is the conversation we're having today.
Yeah. And joining us today is a seasoned real estate consultant, trainer, and investment advisor. Our guest is Christian Nabuke Eze, Managing Director of Chris Alles Homes and Properties, a real estate brokerage firm based in Enugu. He has built a reputation for helping new and intending investors make informed real estate decisions. His firm specializes in real estate consultancy, marketing, sales, and property management. He has consistently ranked among the top-selling realtors for several leading property development companies across Nigeria's southeast and south-south regions. So, Christian, welcome on board.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, now, the question now is, many Nigerians still believe that once they buy a piece of land, they have made the best investment of their lives. But with today's market realities, inflation, and changing property trends, is simply owning land still enough to build lasting wealth? Owning a land now, is it still enough to build lasting wealth?
Okay. Thank you for having me once more. Owning a land is not quite enough to build lasting wealth for investors. Although owning a land is the first step whereby you get it, but you need to consider the right price you got the land and also the location where you got that land from. Then the patience, the time you need to wait before you make use of the land. I don't know if you get me. So you leverage on the property by creating lasting wealth, either by developing it or by leasing it out. So in a nutshell, owning a land is not quite enough to build wealth, but is the first step. So in some way I can say to get a land is the seed, then buying it is the beginning of getting that seed. Land is the seed, then buying it is the first step of getting that land. Then when you develop it for future use, that is when it will create wealth for you.
All right, sir. Thank you for that opening remark. Let me put it that way, because people need to know that it's not just about buying land. There are so many things that are involved. But let's just look at it this way, because you've highlighted one or two things about owning in land, because you spend a lot of time mentoring new investors who are interested in real estate and all. So what are the biggest misconceptions Nigerians have about investing in real estate? Because some people think it's all about oil and gas. So what are their misconceptions about it?
Misconception is just that many Nigerians believe that real estate investment is an investment for the rich. It's when you have money, when you're rich, when you're wealthy, you venture into real estate investment. So that is incorrect. That is a wrong misconception. And also, just like the first question you asked me, many people also believe that when they have land, they are automatically rich. That is also incorrect. So now, talking of these 2 points, someone that is not rich, someone that is still a low income earner can still be a landowner. It depends on the property you're buying, the property you're bought. Then someone who already have a land is not rich. Depend on how you use the land and depend on the location where the land is. So these are some misconceptions that people think before or when they own real estate or when they own land. So it's not a business that is meant for, it's not an investment or business rather that is meant for the rich alone. Somebody that is still upcoming can still venture into real estate investment.
I love the fact that you've been mentioning location. We are still going to go to the location aspect, but then we've seen people lose their savings to fake land allocations, unverified developers, and unrealistic investment promises. What mistakes are investors repeatedly making before they part with their money?
Okay. There are so many mistakes investors make. When you look at some investors, they venture into buying real estate or buying a property or buying land, whatever the case may be, without verifying the ownership of the land, the title that is involved in the land. That is one of the great mistakes in real estate investment. Then another great mistake is trusting verbal assurance. Like they will tell you, okay, I bought this land. If you don't have any documents to back it up, you need to get a very strong land title of called the deed of assignment or deed of conveyance, which shows that yes, there's a transfer of ownership from the seller to the buyer. Then some people also do the mistake by ignoring reputation of the seller or the developer. You need to know the person you're buying from. If that person has a good record, a good track record. Then another point, I think that should be the fourth point now. An investor should not ignore using professionals while investing, like the lawyers that will draft the documents, the surveyors that will survey the land, and even the real estate consultants that might be the realtor that will give the advice, that will play advisory role in telling you this is where you need to go and invest because of maybe the location. And it's something that you must not ignore because we are there to guide you in making your investment so that you will not make those mistakes. Thank you.
All right, you've highlighted some of the, let me just say, qualities or some of the things everybody just have to look out for when it comes to, real estate generally. Now, let's look at this because you work closely with developers across the Southeast and South-South. So what are the peculiarities that you can highlight that, okay, when it comes to such region, these are the things you find out when it comes to real estate in that particular region?
Okay. Real estate in the region of Southeast and South-South is booming fine. And the developers are also doing great. They have so many good developers here. Now, for we, the consultants, for us to know a good developer we can recommend to our investors, we check so many qualities from these developers. Like, for example, we check, just like I mentioned before, the integrity aspect. When a developer says, I will provide these amenities in our estate, or I will do this in this estate, if that developer keeps to his or her words, that is a very big point. Then financial stability. Sincerely speaking, to be a developer, you must be financially stable. You must not rely on maybe sales your clients will buy or your investors will buy before you start doing something in your property. You need to be financially stable. And there's another important criteria I personally check on developers I work with in the Southeast and in the South here. If that developer is a member of REDA, I don't know if you guys must have known of REDA, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. They have They have their, I think, their national body, zonal body, and even state body. So when a developer is a member of REDAM, I think it gives you the confidence to work with such a developer.
Thank you so much. Now, I already said you've been mentioning about location. Now, everybody talked about this location. So beyond location, what other factors determine whether a property will truly appreciate in value over time?
Okay. Okay. Apart from location, but location is the main factor. It's really the main factor. Then, aside location, infrastructural development is another factor that should be considered. But when I mean infrastructure development, I mean government presence by building of road, connecting bridges, and all these things are capital intensive projects that governments must be the one to come in. Then another thing is if governments have projects around there, is another thing to look out for. Then security and safety of the area where that property is located is another thing to look out for. So apart from the location, we need to look at so many things. Even the population growth in that area needs to also be considered.
All right, now let's talk about this fact, because we know that there has been a lot of conversation around sustainable real estate, how sustainable it has become. You know, looking at the fact that globally and in Nigeria now, everybody keeps talking about this. So from an investment perspective, what does sustainability really mean? And why should the average investor care?
Okay, so sustainability in real estate, we're talking about how this property can still be of value to an investor, to you, who is the owner of the property. How this property will still be of immense value to you over years to come. So when an investor is getting a property, we don't just look at the value of that property at that moment. We look at what will happen in this property in the next 10 to 20 years time, if this property will still sustain you, if the property has that ability to stay that long. That is sustainability in real estate. And this aspect is exactly where investors with low income or medium income earners get into real estate. Because when you look at a property that you're looking at the future, and this property will build, it will give you return on your investment over time, it will sustain you over time, then you bank your wealth there. Instead of leaving your bank, your money in the physical bank, you can just put it there and you know that yes, in the next decade or in the next years to come, it will yield something very.
Right, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, very good points you've highlighted there. So, Elizabeth, would you want to attend that?
Okay, now for many young Nigerians who may not have millions to invest, where do they start? Is real estate still accessible to ordinary income earners? You know, most of the people now, they'll be like, if you don't have millions, you got to get the land and all of that. And most of the time, young people are always scared when they listen, when they want to get a land. They'll be like, until I have a huge sum of money before I can purchase. So what is your take on that?
Real estate, like I've said, I mentioned something like that. I think in the first or second question, real estate is accessible to all types of income earners. Whether you are a high income earner, whether you're a high income earner, whether you're a medium income earner or a low income earner. Now we're talking about young Nigerians. Yeah, young Nigerians can still get an investment in real estate. The most important thing is if you have a steady and consistent source of income. You can be a salary earner and maybe you venture into a property that have an installment plan. There are so many properties that have installment plan. Then when you get earned or you get your money, you push some into that property. So it helps you to acquire this property over time. There are so many people here in the Southeast that are salary earners, that are young Nigerians, that are very, very young, that are not even married. But within a space of a year, they own a property because their installment plans we give to them, whereby when they get paid their salary, then they push some into that, acquiring that property. And before you know, they will finish the payments and get their documents. So they can start with locations that they can afford, locations that are not yet booming, locations that are still coming on. And before you know it, over a period of time, it will yield you that money that they spent on the investment.
All right, so I am just so curious. I have a question I want to ask at this point because, you know, location is very important when it comes to buying land, when it comes to real estate generally. And most times you get to see that many people want to come to Lagos, or, you know, they just want to come to the West. But you've observed different property markets across the Southeast and South. For someone who might be watching right now, what emerging opportunities do you believe investors are overlooking when it comes to property in the Southeast and South?
Many investors focus only on hotspots, and they overlook opportunities that can deliver strong returns on investment in the nearest futures. Now, investors should not overlook area that you see prospects. When you're an investor, when you see something coming up, maybe you get from the news that the government are planning to build maybe an airport in this area, or maybe a market or a school, you go there before others go, like developing suburban communities around the town. Now, there's this belief I have. Any community or any area that is 25 to 30 minutes from the center of every developed part of a city or a town, that place will be developed in the nearest future. So another place is the student area. When you look at schools, universities, due to the large mass of land required to build a school or build an airport, you see that they go to all these outskirts of the town, and you see that is where smart investors go and build wealth. So investors shouldn't just buy where the market is busy. They should invest where the future is being built.
Nice take there.
That's a nice one there. Now, if you are to speak to someone buying their very first property today, what 3 principles would you ask them never to compromise on? I know you've highlighted some compromises, some things they need to have, necessary documentation and all of that. But then, what other 3 principles will you ask them never to compromise on?
You just said some of them, like the documents. They should not compromise on not having the documents on that property, not making their due diligence. Due diligence is like they should make sure that they also get to know about the title of the property, and also know who is selling the property to them. So they should not compromise on these factors. It's very, very important and very necessary. We will not get into problems.
While there are some people that do have the right documents, they have the necessary documents, but still fall victim, what are the things they are doing wrong?
But it's rare. Someone with the right documents and they still fall victim. It's very rare, but I think they didn't consult a professional to guide them in that investment, because someone must have recommended that property for you. So it's always good to meet a professional that can tell you with my level of experience, make this investment, and it will give you that return that you so much desire. So everybody is not an expert in all the field. That is why when you're sick, you see a doctor. When you need the service of a lawyer, you call a barrister. So the same thing applies to real estate investment. And I doubt if a professional and a good real estate consultant can recommend a property that will give you this bad, how will I put it, bad outcome or bad results. So consulting a real estate expert is the key to every real estate investor.
That's a good one. I think I quite agree with you that if you consult the necessary professionals, you won't have issues whereby maybe the land you acquire, you didn't know later on that it is the government has a thing to do around it and you acquire it. But most of the time, if you consult a professional, you won't fall victim for all of that. Thank you so much, Mr. Eze.
Yes, and can I come in now in this aspect you just said now? You know, when you also want to invest through maybe a real estate developing company, you will see that they have a strong title of maybe a global C to that property. Now, should eventually the government want to come in there, they will be given another location, which they can also transfer their subscribers or their clients to that location. And investing through a reputable real estate developer also gives you a strong investment, because you will never lose that investment. They always have their documents intact because they have the money to get all the documents, pay for all the documents through the government and every necessary things. So that is why it's very good to go through a real estate consultant.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on the conversation today, and we can all
Good afternoon. Welcome to the news on the hour on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola, and right now, the National Bureau of Statistics reported on Wednesday that Nigeria's headline inflation rate eased marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. The tiny drop of 0.02% from the 15.93% recorded in May marks the first inflation decline after 3 consecutive months of increases. Despite these minor from May's 140.7. This annual decline did not stop staple foods from becoming more expensive for the average consumer. According to the Bureau, month-on-month food prices accelerated due to rising cost of fresh pepper, tomatoes, crayfish, beef, gari, and yam. On a month-on-month basis, general headline inflation slowed to about 1.66% in June compared to the 1.75% growth rate recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics stated that the average price level in June 2026 grew at a slower pace than indeed in the preceding month. The current members also represent if the downward trend will persist amid continuous pressure on essential food items. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared that Nigeria's economy is making serious foundational progress despite the challenges of his administration's reforms. The president made these assertions during a high-level meeting at the State House in Abuja with a visiting delegation from Deloitte Africa. During the visit, the leadership of Deloitte Africa commended the Nigerian government for its bold financial and fiscal policies over the last 3 years. Special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, released a statement on Wednesday detailing deliberations. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu defended the direction of its policies, comparing the difficult reforms to a bitter but working medicine rather than a quick customer relationship. The president stated that the ongoing revenue reforms would continue to stimulate economic growth, strengthen local financial institutions, and make Nigeria more globally competitive. The meeting was also attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji. Reflecting on his career, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu noted his personal history with Deloitte and recalling how he cut his childhood accounting teeth with the firm in Chicago. Chief Executive Officer for Deloitte Africa, Ruweda Red Firm, led the delegation and praised the administration's long-term fiscal commitments. And still on the president of the nation, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced a complete ban on the exportation of raw cacao beans from Nigeria in a bid to promote local processing and industrialization. Speaking at the Cacao Value Addition Summit 2026 in Abuja, the president stated that Nigeria must stop exporting raw commodities only to import finished chocolate. The new policy directive aims to capture the full economic value of cacao, create local jobs, and attract foreign investment. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, represented the president at the summit themed From Bean to Brand. The president lamented that while Africa produces 70% of global cacao, it receives only a small fraction of the $130 billion global chocolate market. To prove the government's commitment, he highlighted a new 70,000-ton processing facility being built by local investors in Shagamu. Nigeria's national cacao grinding capacity has recently crossed 120,000 tons per year. Over 300,000 farming families cultivate cacao across 1.4 million hectares, representing up to 7% of global output. The Bank of Industry has pledged to support the East Industrial a shift by deploying ready capital to fund bankable processing projects across the country. As the federal government has renewed its commitment to transforming the aviation sector through safety improvements, infrastructure upgrades, and enhanced passenger experiences, this resolution was announced during the hybrid stakeholders and citizens engagement session held in Abuja. The forum took place at the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority Conference Room to review progress and prioritize ministerial deliverables. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mahamood Kambari, spoke on behalf of the Minister Festus Kayamo. Kambari stated that the quarterly engagements demonstrate transparency and accountability in implementing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed Hope agenda. He explained that the session serves as a collaborative platform where operators and citizens actively shape the future of the local aerospace industry. The ministry reported significant progress in modernizing local airports, improving air navigations and systems, and promoting local content. Officials emphasized that aviation remains a critical driver of economic development by facilitating international trade, investment, and tourism. The government urged continued collaboration between private operators and public regulators to sustain a highly competitive aviation industry. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee has shared 2.55 trillion naira among the three tiers of government from June 2026 revenue. The current distribution represents a substantial increase of 250 billion naira from the 2.3 trillion naira shared in May. The allocation highlights a 10.9% month-on-month rise, continuing a steady climb in Federation revenues this year. Director of Press and Public Relations in the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Mokwa, confirmed the figures in a statement. The shared sum comprised 1.81 trillion naira in statutory revenue and 740.72 billion naira in value-added tax. The gross revenue available for June stood at 4.5 trillion naira before statutory deductions and refunds. Statutory revenue grew significantly during the month, jumping by 1.05 trillion naira, from the previous month. Out of the gross revenue, the committee deducted 160.74 billion naira as the cost of collection. The steady rise in monthly distributions since February reflect the growing efficiency of national revenue collection channels. The Central Bank of Nigeria is likely to raise its benchmark monetary policy rate during the second half of 2026. Capital market economist Professor Uche Owaleke issued this warning during a macroeconomic review webinar. He explained that pre-election spending ahead of the 2027 general election will increase money supply and trigger liquidity pressure. Professor Owaleke noted that historical data shows inflation is already higher in the year preceding a major national election. He warned that a further interest rate hike by the central bank would negatively impact the equities market. Higher interest rates historically redirect capital flows away from stocks and into the higher yielding fixed income market. The economist pointed out that the decision of the central bank will ultimately depend on the fiscal discipline of the political class. If money supply remains unchecked, the regulator will have no choice but to tighten monetary policy. Investors are advised to balance their portfolio in anticipation of potential policy shifts in the financial markets. An improved pipeline surveillance has transformed Nigeria's oil sector by boosting crude production, curbing theft, and strengthening national revenue. Joint security operations in the Niger Delta have successfully reduced pipeline disruptions and secured critical infrastructure. The federal government reliance on structured surveillance contracts have received commendations from several industry stakeholders. A key player in this success is Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, which has deployed high-tech surveillance systems to guard oil assets. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed the security firm led by High Chief Government Ekpemupolo, popularly known as Tompolo, to protect pipelines. The firm works in collaboration with government security agencies to maintain stability in the oil-producing community. Supporters of the surveillance model argued that conventional security measures are no longer sufficient to protect critical assets, and trusting these duties to organizations with local capacity has allowed Nigeria to drive maximum value from its petroleum resources. Industry observers are now calling for the continuity of the current surveillance framework to sustain national economic growth. All right, thank you so much for joining us for the news this afternoon. Once again on ConsumerHallaTV. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms displaying right now on the screen. I'm Kikelamo at Chibola. Good afternoon.
You some other time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
So we just started a conversation with Eze Christian, and it's very important as Nigerians. We
Yeah.
all know that when it comes to real estate, in as much as we know that it is a booming sector, but it's also important that we have to do beyond just buying land. We have to ensure that we build a safer and sustainable future for everyone of us. Elizabeth, so over to you.
Now, my favorite part, that is the consumer corner, whereby we have to project, visualize everything being said so far. You have to see them in picture, visualize it, like know how it is. So we will be right back.
Alright, everything you need to know to ensure that you stay informed and you do not fall victim of scam has been projected to you, and that is the word of Consumer Corners, where we bring to you every details you need to. We go extra mile for you just to stay informed. Alright, it's very important that we draw the curtain, as they say. It's about time we left here and some go do some other things for for today. So this has been real estate today, and it has been amazing having a very insightful and educative discussion, not just with Elizabeth, but with our guests.
And I must say, if you missed this edition, I don't even know what you're doing. Remember to subscribe on all our channels, on Twitter, on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, Facebook. Follow us everywhere. Like I say, always bring a friend on board, not on this show alone, but on all our other shows. Remember, consumer rights is very important.
Very, very important. So thank you so much for joining us on today's conversation on real estate today. I am Miriam Ofeyeko, and it's always a pleasure to have you join us on the show.
And I am Elizabeth Abefe. Remember to always invest smartly and safely.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Right, my name is Corey Peters, and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off,